Hello, everyone. Welcome to day two in Thrive in Business and Prosper in Life. So I just want to give everyone the good news. Despite a lot of hiccups that we had, we actually made it onto Fox News 40, and slowly we're getting more outlets. I think about six this morning, as I checked, six outlets have picked up this summit. So it was kind of late, but it's not too bad. So I'm going to introduce you to the next speaker, and I'm going to highlight her because she's exceptional. Kathy Barrow, and who she is a violinist and a specialist in the art of chamber music, has dedicated the past 10 years of her life to the creation of a symbolic relationship between art, culture, and business. Kathy changes the future business who patronize art by offering them promotion in private elite classical music concerts. And to top it off, Margot was talking about the caliber of speakers. Well, I want to say Kathy has actually played for the Pope and 3 of the Mexican presidents. Take it on, Kathy.
Hi, it's really great to be here. I have the permission to share screen, right? I could do that?
Yes. Mhm.
Yes, okay, great. So I just want to say that this is not your typical, why should you donate to classical music? Why should you should support classical music? I think what's going to happen today is going to change the way you actually think about classical music. So I have 2 presentations. I'll start with the first one, and I'll say that instead of saying why donate to classical music, I'm going to say how can classical music change the future of your business? What happens when you donate to classical music? You get a tax deduction, you feel really good about it. I'd like this to be interactive, so if anyone has anything to say, please go ahead and say it. When you donate to classical music, it's a tax deduction, it makes you feel good, but there's also something else that happens when you donate to classical music. It makes you seen in a way that other people are not seen. So I would call that investing. And this whole talk today is how to invest in classical music, how to grow your business through an investment in classical music. So what I do is cultural marketing. And I say cultural marketing because a work of art can absolutely be marketing. And what we do is we do digital marketing through the promotion of culture. But how do we do that? And I'll say that we do it the way it's always been done. Carnegie, legend has it that Carnegie built Carnegie Hall in New York City, not because he loved the arts and everything else, because he was a little grumpy because he couldn't get the seat that he wanted at the Metropolitan Opera. And so he decided that he was going to build his own place. And meanwhile, at the Metropolitan Opera, the intermissions went on for so long because people were out in the lobby networking. Before internet, before Zoom, people would get together, the right kind of people, the right kind of people to do the right kind of networking. So this is a place that I play in. I live in Mexico. I live outside of Mexico City. This is a place that I play in a lot. It's an old beer factory turned into a museum. This museum is actually highly contested between the 2 political parties who are here in Mexico because they do a lot of their events here, and the future of the state actually depends on what happens in these events here in this place. The Cloisters was built by the Rockefeller family. And so if you've been to the Cloisters, you have to basically go past New York City into this absolutely beautiful place. What kind of business is spoken about in a monastery brought over from Spain that would not be spoken about in a high-rise building in the middle of Manhattan? It's one of the reasons it was built. So what does an international cultural networking event look like? So here's the King and Queen of Spain speaking to the President of Colombia. And can you imagine something like this with like pop music or rock music being played in the background? You have the best chefs and you have the best musicians to have the best type of networking. And in Peru, exactly the same thing. The Colombian government sent their orchestra to Peru to celebrate Independence Day so that the Colombian government and the Peruvian government could get together and make new relationships between them through music. This is a concert that I did for the Irish Embassy in Mexico City. It was sponsored by a company in Ireland. Through this concert, they had two offers from two different countries to buy their franchises. So from one single concert, huge business came about from this one single concert. So imagine doing networking in a private dinner like this one. This one went on for 3.5 hours. It was a concert of the Four Seasons with 4 different servings during the concert. It lasted, like I said, 3.5 hours. Very high dignitaries from the government came along with very high business people. And they talked about their experiences as human beings, which brought them into why they started their businesses, which brought a different type of networking to the table. Or an exclusive restaurant. Or an hacienda. This person here hires us to do special events in his buildings so that the type of networking that happens is different. So imagine you're a brand on this type of event. So let's just think about this for a moment. What's your perfect target market? Who are you looking for? Perhaps it's like the CEO of a company, or it's a politician, or a famous artist, or an influencer, an owner of a big corporation, or the hacienda that I just showed you, or a business that has 500 employees all over the world. Where do you get these kind of people? They are on LinkedIn. Most of them are on LinkedIn, but how can you get their attention? Can you write them a message and say, hey, I'd really like to talk to you. Want to hop on a Zoom with me? Or can you say, hey, I'd like to invite you for a weekend at an amazing hacienda to have a cultural weekend. Would you like to come? Which do you think they'd be more likely to say yes to? So what else can you do with culture? And so I'll ask you this question. If you had the opportunity to gift something to someone who's given you an amazing amount of business, how would you do it? What would you give them? You obviously aren't going to give them the amount of money that you earned from them. You have to give them something symbolic, but that doesn't put you out of house and home, right? You'd give them music because it's the only unique and unforgettable gift. So how has cultural marketing worked for me? Those of you who know what BNI is, the owner of BNI is Ivan Meisner. BNI is 300,000 people strong in over 70 countries. I met him and his wife in the first hour of my first global conference because she was a musician. He's a widow now, but his wife was a musician. And she came up to me and she said, oh, I used to play the oboe. This is absolutely fantastic. And I learned an awful lot from those two people. This was a dinner that I played for, actually it was a lunch, that I played for the Pope after he came to Mexico and gave a mass for over 1 million people outside of Mexico City. So I'd like to tell you a story. The Louvre was founded by Napoleon. And inside this huge museum, if you look at the size of the museum, it's really amazing that everyone who goes into this museum sees this painting. And this is a painting describing a moment that absolutely changed history. It's when Napoleon crowns himself and his wife, Josephina, as king and queen of the empire that he was creating. And when you look at the painting, you see the clergy, and they're furious. They're absolutely furious. And you see Napoleon's people, and they're like, well, I wonder what the future is going to hold. They're looking very different. And you see Napoleon, and he's completely calm. And he's like, this is what I was made for. And do you think that moment happened in silence? There were a lot of people who composed for Napoleon, and one of them was Beethoven. That's Beethoven's Third Symphony. The original name of Beethoven's Third Symphony was the Napoleon Symphony. And at this moment, Napoleon changed the name of the symphony to the Heroic Symphony because he didn't like what Napoleon was doing. So, can you imagine you and your brand there at that particular moment? So, how much does an investment in culture cost? Let's just think about Facebook advertising. How much do big companies spend on advertising on Facebook? So I'll give you an example. In 2018, the government of the state of Mexico gave me $10,000 with which I did the following. I went to Los Angeles to play for the consuls and the heads of the representatives of Mexico in California. From there, I went to Beijing to play a recording with some friends of mine there, and I did a publicity tour of an orphanage there in Beijing. From there, I went and did 2 concerts for the co-owner of American Express in Thailand. I played at the conservatory in Thailand, and I played for the gala dinner of BNI, 79 countries, some of the most affluent people from all over the world. So imagine your brand there, because I went brandless because it was a gift from the Mexican government. And this is the song that made me start on this whole journey. I can break your heart with a work of art and a song that's quiet and small. Because an unforgettable event does not have to be a big event to be unforgettable. So that's the first part of my presentation, and I'd like to talk to you about what you think about what you've just seen. Does it change your opinion of what classical music was invented for? Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I never knew this is another avenue. It's untapped. It's like the best hidden secret. And I feel like there's only 17 people here, so that's good.
Yeah.
I'm like, yay, this is the best kept secret. And I'm like, oh my gosh.
And it is a really, really well kept secret. I'll tell you a quick story. A lot of my business comes from the president of the patronage of the orchestra that I play in, because he illegally stayed president of the patronage for 20 years, because when he started being the president, he was a millionaire. But when he was able to stand up in front of governors, he's an architect, when he was able to stand in front of governments and say, this is the State of Mexico Symphony Orchestra. If you'd like to know anything about them, talk to me. And when he started doing this before concerts, he had more and more business all over the country. And he ended up having the contract for the biggest highway in the country because of a symphony orchestra, which is why he didn't want to let it go, which is why I've modeled a lot of my business on that. It is a very good kept secret, precisely because of that, because big businesses don't want to know the gold mine that they're using, because then it wouldn't be the gold mine that it is. Anyone else have something to say before I go on to the second part? Annalie, go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, Kathy, what a wonderful presentation. Music and lots of images that just got us through centuries. I'm just curious, how we can have value from your services when we have a small business. Like I have still a small business. I hope it's going to go very, very big before I die or sooner. But what specifically could you do with small business owners with your services?
Thank you. That's the second part of my presentation. I
Oh,
wanted to get
okay.
your mind working on this so that we could get to the second part. So let me just pull that up, because now that you're thinking, I would say, in the right way, now we're going to talk about what classical music can do for you. Okay?
Okay.
So I want you to think, with all that you've seen, is your business, now you're not thinking about giving a donation, you're not thinking about a tax deduction anymore. Is your business a good fit for an investment in classical music? Okay? Let's leave that there. Think about that. With your business in mind, what are some kinds of businesses that would get a lot out of investing in classical music. And notice that I'm not saying donation, I'm saying investing in classical music. I'm going to put this money in because I'm going to get more clients. What are good businesses? What do you guys think? Floor is open. Anything? Go ahead. Yeah, go
Coaching?
ahead. Coaching. Actually, that's a hard one, and that's an interesting point. Coaching is a hard one from my experience because the type of audience that I have are the millionaires and billionaires who've already gotten there. So I've had 4 or 5 coaches patronize my concerts, and I have not been as successful with them as I have with other businesses. Okay, so anyone else want to throw a business out there? Go ahead. Go ahead, Mia. Go ahead.
Oh, somebody said banking.
Banking. Yeah, we're going to get to that. That's actually the perfect one. Yeah. Okay, somebody else? Another business? I
Well,
love to ask,
yes.
I love to ask this question because there's some businesses I haven't thought of. That was great to go ahead.
Dr. Drisden?
Mm-hmm.
Annalie, yeah, I have a metaphysical academy, and what I have been learning is that people are attracted to it already in leadership, and they want more answers to questions, they want more knowledge, less experiential work, and I'm just wondering if who would be the target, so to speak, in reaching those people who have already acquired their business success, but now want to go more into their own spiritual journey and really want more profound hands-on knowledge. Would you see a connection there?
Actually, I've been working on that.
Oh,
And because what I do is I find out who the business is. So let's say coaching, what kind of coach? Because I did have great success with Ascentive, which is a coaching company, and I managed to get 2 offers to buy their franchises for that company. Um, I would say perhaps Rotary. An audience of Rotary people might be a good fit for you. So now you're listening to what I'm saying. I haven't said maybe I'll play Beethoven, maybe I'll play some Brahms at a concert for her. I'm saying I would get an audience of Rotary people to hear. And then I think about the program because now I've got the audience. I've
mhm.
got the person who's paying for the concert. I've got the audience. And then I say, what would they like to hear? So it's a completely different way of looking at it. The traditional classical music scene is I'm going to put on Beethoven and Brahms and who's going to come. Okay? But now I'm saying that she wants to present her company to a certain type of people. Can I get that kind of people together? 6 months ago, I would have said no. I'm working to get different types of people into my audience. Anyone else have a different, thank you for the question. Anyone else have a different type of business? Speaking, I had a fantastic experience with that because I do concerts for the biggest university in Latin America. And so there was this woman from Canada who invested in one of my concerts. And we got her a list of 1,000 people who were studying English as a second language. So she had from that one concert, she had a list of 1,000 possible clients. Event strategist, yes, because that would also be a good one. This is the kind of event that I hadn't thought of that one. This is the kind of event that we could put on, and wouldn't you like to be able to do something similar? And so it would, yeah, an event strategist, that's an absolutely fantastic one. Anyone else? Let me see, hosting events, coaching, banking. Okay, so let's go back to the presentation here. Share screen. So now, what would not be? This is an interesting point. I think everyone fits, but what would not be so good? Okay? That's a hard one. I would say, like gift, if you have a company that does branded gifting, maybe that's not the type of thing that would do. I would say cars would be a good one, but perhaps Uber would not be a good one. Do you see what I'm saying? You think about what what type of people are in the audience. The people who are in the audience don't take Ubers, right? So that would not be the perhaps a good one for them. Something else. So now we're going into the type of person who's in the audience and what do they buy. Walmart would not be a good one, right? So with that in mind, we'll go back to the presentation. We'll move this up a little bit so I can get there. There we go. Yeah. So what type of companies would be the perfect investors? Now that we've said, the good ones and the bad ones, what are the perfect ones? And I'll answer. Somebody already said it earlier. Banks. So I actually have two banks that are fighting for my quartet. And it's these two banks actually. So what's happening there is that one bank is in the United States and does loans for over $1 million. The other one is in Dubai and wants to open in Mexico, and they do loans from 2,000 up to $1 million. And they're trying to figure out which one I can get more clients for. So now it's become this whole catch-22 because I go up to other financial institutions and I say, do you want a concert? I'll give you a concert for free. I think I can give you a concert for free. What kind of audience can you give me? And they say, oh, I can get you this happened actually last night. I can get you a big conference with the best financial institutions in the country. I can get 3 of the biggest owners of the biggest banks in the country. Can you give me a free concert? I say, I think I can find a sponsor for you. I'll get back to you. And so the person who buys that concert will have direct access to the owners of 3 of the biggest banks in the country, all through a tiny little quartet. And so to end my discussion today, I will say the moral of today's story is ask not what you can do for classical music, but rather what classical music can do for you. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be here. Any comments?
I want to say, wow.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I
Yeah.
don't know how I met you. Yeah, we have a lot of amazing comments here.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
hi, Kathy. This is AJ Goodwin, Waterfall Music.
Hi, AJ. How you doing?
Oh, wonderful. Well, you brought us from a blast from the past and into the future of seeing how, bringing, if it's bankers or, businesses and decision makers and people that are a lot of times well-learned, they have, probably a high self-education or, have up to PhD. And so those are the thinkers. They're looking for high quality experiences in life. And you've really given a great presentation around that and how it can open up into having sponsorships and investors and patrons and people that really want quality of life.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll give another really good example. I've got an investor in Spain who is starting to sell real things in the metaverse. And so he has a penthouse in Dubai in the metaverse, and he brings his clients into the penthouse. And so what he wants to do is he wants to make the 2 biggest museums in Mexico into metaverses so that Spaniards who are now afraid to visit Mexico can see all the amazing things that we have here in Mexico. And so he bought a concert, and I got him 2 of the top people in each of the museums so he can talk to them through one concert. So it's
Yeah.
a completely different way of looking at it. So I look at a person and I say, what can I give you? Because I do not accept investment in a concert that I can't give a return on. It's kind of like taking an investment and saying, I'm really sorry, maybe I can give you a good return on your money, but maybe not. I say that Maybe I can't, but I really think I can.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Kenny has a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. It's not a question, but I'd like to say I'm so glad to be part of this program today. I was in Bangkok, in Poland, when you came in for, no, Bangkok,
It
Bangkok.
was Bangkok, yeah.
Bangkok,
there.
yes. There
Yeah.
was the following year we had Poland. I
Yep.
was in Bangkok at that presentation was awesome. And I'm
Thank-
so glad to meet you here today, just free of charge. Thank you, man, for this, putting this program together. And I'd like to thank you for your presentation. It's given me a complete perspective of what classical music can really do. And I think it's really very great.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah. To give you an idea of the scope, 2 people who are investing in my concerts are now thinking about buying private airplanes from 2 other people who invest in my concerts. And that's the kind of level of the people who invest and who go to these concerts.
Wow.
Little Beethoven goes a long way. It's kind of funny. But yeah. Any other
Wow.
comments or questions?
Well, we have a few more minutes. How does
Sure.
your program really work? Actually, and Dr. Anelli has a question.
Oh, just I'm curious, Kathy, what is your big picture? I mean, what would be your ultimate satisfying outcome in this very unique kind of service you provide?
To teach this to other musicians, to teach musicians that they can be entrepreneurs, and to make people realize that it's not a dying art. That's the funny thing. I think what's made us almost obsolete is because it's such an amazing thing that people have put it in museums. It wasn't, there's millions of really bad classical music out there. It was written for a reason, and the reason is what I'm working on bringing back to society. So once this reason is brought back to society, there's going to be a ton of work for everybody. I need to educate people on why they need classical music, and I need to educate the musicians on how to promote themselves in a different way. Instead of asking for charity, to say, I'm really useful to you and I can help you make literally billions of dollars.
Wow, thank you. It's
Yep.
fantastic.
Thanks. Thanks. Any other comments?
Yeah, just a quick, like, how does your program work? I guess we got to snippet.
Okay, how my program works is, at the moment, I'm about to start teaching people how to do this once I get an international. You reach out to me, you tell me what your business is, and I tell you how I can help your business grow. Most of my business is Mexican based. You can use the concerts that I do as publicity to write blogs and say that I'm giving back to society. I have an amazing network of people precisely because of the classical music. The more I get to know you, the more referrals I can give you, and the more publicity I can give you through your patronage through your investment in classical music. So you would tell me who you are. I would say, oh, that's fantastic. I'll give you an example. Rotary, the Rotary Club that I'm in, has just finished building a school. And the school costs millions of dollars, but we were about $250,000 short. So there's this company in the US called Heart to Heart. They're coming down to meet with Rotary to give them the last $250,000 that you need. So I sold the concert. I said, who would like to be present for the top Rotary people of the country with a bunch of very affluential Americans who are coming down? So the person who bought the concert is a person who exports, I don't know the word in English, handcraft things from Mexico to the United States. And he said, that's my concert. I want to talk to these people. The other person who was interested was a guy who designs diamonds in India because he wants to open his business in the US. So I put the concert up for sale. And I say, this is the type of people, this is why they're getting together. I think your company would be a good fit. Do you want it? That's how it works.
Wow. Well, thank you so much, Kathy. You've set a high bar. We're ready for the next speaker. Well, she's also gonna give a lot of juicy nuggets as well because she, let me see. This is Yvonne Silver, and she's a sought-after speaker, author, coach, mentor, and expert in confident conversation, increased sales velocity, and leading to empower for a purposeful, sustainable life with more fun and family beach time. Yvonne draws on 30 years of business success with 8 startups, and as an Evolutionary Business Council member and radio show host, has a combined reach of 500 million people. Yvonne, it's getting better through the day. You're on. Oh, you're muted.
Well, good morning, everybody. Oh my gosh, I don't even play the recorder, so I'm not sure how I'm going to follow this. However, I am going to be switching gears a little bit. I'm going to be getting into some really practical things that we can actually do that are 3 secrets to conversations that connect and convert to lasting client relationships. So in a show of hands, first off, if you don't have your camera on, hello, we're in a networking event. So I highly encourage you to get your camera on now because you never know who you're going to meet. I just met with Kathy and we're going to connect after. So yay. So with this conversation, it really is about exactly that, a conversation. How many of you recently have had a person reach out to you on LinkedIn? They don't know you from Adam, and before you know it, you've got a 2-page email inviting you to something that you haven't the slightest bit of interest in. Is it just me? Okay, show of hands, yes. So this is the kind of things that are happening, these kinds of activities, now that we're past post-COVID. Although post-COVID, we're kind of going into a turbulent economy right now. So I'm going to give you 3 things that you can take away, practical tips, practical secrets to take away today that will help elevate your sales. So how many people love sales? Go ahead and put it in the chat. If you love sales, just write in, love sales. Let's see, heck yes, love sales. Well, if you didn't mute, we'd have a problem, right? Okay, so far I just see like 2 or 3 comments. Hey, Cheryl, good to see you. Love sales. Okay, so a lot of people here, even though you might be entrepreneurs, don't enjoy sales. So that's going to be my first tip right out of the gate. Stop using the word sales. Oh, what? Yes. What about if you just stepped into using service as that S word instead of sales? How would that feel? I deal a lot with women entrepreneurs who are seeking to flourish. And so they're very often not comfortable asking for a sale or asking for a big sale. So instead, what are we doing? Once we get the sale, once we have that contract signed, we're going to go into service mode, right? How about if you stepped into service mode from your first conversation? You're not there to sell anybody anything. You are there to serve. So that's tip number 1. If you like that tip, let's go ahead and put a yes, I will serve in the chat window. This is an interactive session. Even though I'm not here with you, live in person, I feel like I am on Zoom. So the problem today, why am I sharing that one tip? The problem today is women in particular, that's my market, women entrepreneurs who are seeking to flourish, typically in the first, they've got the first couple of 100,000 in sales. Now they're heading for their first comma, their first million. And they're starting businesses at 49% in the US in 2021, 49% of the new businesses were women. However, in that first year, unfortunately, 20.4% fail in the first year. And according to, World Economic Forum, Shopify, Statistica Research, there's all kinds of research out there, 49.7% will fail by year 5. What a waste of time. All your savings, your hard work, your effort, putting your family off for 5 years, not to see it succeed. That's crazy making in my book. So I'm going to help by putting up a few slides and sharing this presentation. So it's called 3 Secrets Is it showing on the screen, Mew?
Yes.
Okay, so 3 secrets to connect to, I need more copy. 3 secrets to conversations that connect to convert to lasting client relationships. I don't mean just one sale. I mean like ongoing, lasting relationships. So let's kick this forward here. So that's the problem. Like I said, it's happening a lot. So today we're going to talk about appreciative sales kinetics, one word exchange. That was the word, the S word, from sales to serving. And then also I have a tool that I'm going to share with you. So stick around to the end. I have a free gift for you, and it's going to be something you're going to love. Now, I always start with this land acknowledgement. For those of you who are wondering, where the heck is she from? She has a funny accent. I'm born in London, England, but I'm living in Calgary, Canada. And that is on the Stoney Nakoda lands. So I always do a land acknowledgement that I am standing on the traditional territories of the Nitsapi, which is the Blackfoot, the people of Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta, the Siksika, the Pikune, the Kenai, the Tsuut'ina, the Stoney Nakoda First Nations, including Chiniki, Bez, Poor and Wesley First Nations. And the city of Calgary, where I live, is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3. So that is where I am. Now, has anyone noticed there's a bit of turmoil going on in the world? Give me a sign, give me a emoticon, give me a handshake, give me a sign, put yes in the chat window. There's a lot happening in the world of technology. And I mean things like artificial intelligence, things like crypto, things like more efficient office tools. There's tons in technology coming out. There's turmoil in the workplace, people coming back to work, not feeling like they're connected, not wanting to actually get things done. If any of your clients are like that, you might have lost some clients in the corporate arena. People are in transition, as a lot of people got laid off. And then also there is this overall turmoil with uncertainty. So we're going to play into that because there are diamonds here in transformation. Why do I care about this? Little history lesson. So yes, I'm a chartered HR professional. That's my background for 20 years, but layering on executive coach certification in the last 15 years, working with EQI, working with Reiki, startups, 8 of them, yes. So, you know, people like T. Harv Eker, Jack Canfield, Jane Morrow, Susie Carter, my coach. Those are the people that I learn from, bring those ideas with practice and the practical side to my audiences, which is those women entrepreneurs who are seeking to flourish. And so I am sharing this through mentorship and coaching, and also through my book. I have a best-selling book, Words, Women and Wisdom, The Modern Art of Confident Conversation. So there's 40 other tips in that book. So it is about this experience, right? 30 years of experience. Yeah, there's gray hair under there. It really is about sharing what matters, sharing what works, okay? So let's do a show of hands again. According to Salesforce.com, 67% of people that have sales targets miss their quota. That's like 2/3. 2/3. Then there's also another number, which is about how many people are not prepared and not feeling adequately prepared, 87%. Now, if you've ever felt unprepared, go ahead and put that in the chat window. Unprepared. It could be a variety of reasons. You didn't have time to look them up. It just came up. You got a referral. It's something that's happening fast. There's a variety of reasons why. But the last one is about 66% of people are turned off by your presentation. Shocker. 67% again, like 2/3, right? So why is that? It's because you're not connecting with them in the language, the personality language they want to be connected to you with. Now, we all like people who share common values, right? I interviewed and hired about 6,000 people in my career, in my HR days, and I always hired people based on values first and on skills second, because I knew if I think it's black, you think it's white, we are always going to bump heads in the middle. We're never going to agree that it's gray. We just won't, because that's our experience, our life, and our values, our beliefs. So I always start there when I'm building a new connection with a client. How do you like to hear information from me? And it's derived by your values. Do you care about the data? Do you care about my connections in the community? Do you care if my business is a social enterprise? Do you just want to know what celebrities I'm working with? Is it all about rah-rah and slick and visual? Or is it about structure and systems and process? Because there's actually 4 different personality types that I deal with. And I'll share a bit more about that and that free gift at the end. So let's dive in. Appreciative sales kinetics. Who's ever heard of that before? Go ahead and say ASK, ask. Put that in the chat window. ASK. Well, if you haven't, don't be surprised. It's actually a term I put in my book. So it's a little bit of a takeoff from appreciative sales with David Cooperrider, the appreciative inquiry concept. So appreciative sales kinetics is where we're asking first, and then we're engaging second. So it sounds like this. Hey, Miss, let's use Mew. Hello, Mew. You know, we're just brand new connecting. Tell me a little bit about what's working really well in your business right now. She shares. She's proud to share. It's working well. We're not talking about challenges and things that are keeping her up at night. We're talking about what's working well. She loves to talk about it. How could it be even better than I ask? She shares what's coming up next in the next few months. And then I say, well, can I share a little bit about what I do? Because I think if we could co-create something together, I might be able to help you get to your goal faster. Nobody ever says no, because we're talking about a future possible idea of working together. There's nothing to object to. It's in the future. We're not talking about what keeps you up at night, what challenges you. There's nothing that is nailing anybody to the wall and trying to trick them into questions that they feel uncomfortable with. It's a conversation. So it's called ASK, Appreciative Sales Kinetics. So it's not about antiquated sales techniques and objections. It's about starting a conversation. So that's my second tip. Okay. First one was using the S word, service. Second one, appreciative sales kinetics. Now, this is me, right? This is me and my mom. Now, I had to ask a lot as a kid because I grew up in London, England. My dad took a bullet in Dunkirk, grazed him on the temple, and he came back with PTSD. So what I watched growing up was my mom, who was not, she was a professional businesswoman at first before she stayed home to have the kids. But I watched her literally get the dignity drained right out of her. She did not ask for what she wanted. She didn't get it either. And she ended up losing her voice and her dignity. That's what I grew up watching. And I swore I was never going to be that person. So that's why today I do this work. I wrote about 40 different words and word concepts to help women ask for what they want and get it in my book, and to help prevent other women from not having the resources. I mean, she taught him to drive and he took the car keys and wouldn't let her drive. He took away her freedom and her power and left her with this very meager housekeeping money. So I want women to be stepping into their power, to be helping them to have more success in business, because then women hire more women and pay them fair wages. So it's this ripple effect. It's beautiful. Whoops. And everybody wins. So that's me and my mom there. I think I'm about 5, my first school photograph. So I am on a mission to donate 1 million copies, because every copy that's purchased, hard copy, I donate 1 to a women's shelter foundation or not-for-profit. So that's part of my pay it forward. And you know what? It does work, because I had someone pop up on Facebook the other day and said, hey, you're Yvonne Silva. Yep. You're the girl that wrote the book. It was on my nightstand in the shelter. And I loved it. And now I'm writing my own book, and I'm just about to launch my e-course. And I thought, holy smokes, I don't know exactly what impact my book had on her, but the fact that she even remembered and put a hand up and said hello, it just gave me goosebumps, because you never know how many spirits you're going to touch just with one idea. So yes, there's a road show, a radio show, and I speak at conferences, connect with people in different groups, Evolutionary Business Council, Female Wave of Change. And then I work with women, especially those who want to become more like speakers or advocates. In this case, with Cynthia, and she shared this with me, we changed one word. She couldn't get behind the word entrepreneur or speaker. Once we changed it and labeled it as an advocate, it took off. She was flourishing. And she's now out talking about amazing things with words of passion as a previous RCMP officer, and talking to first responders about this topic of PTSD, because it's not talked about often enough. So it is about words, right? 5 simple yet powerful CEO words. We've talked about a couple already, and gratitude is one of them. So if you want to jot that down, that AI, that appreciative inquiry, it's what was working really well, and how could it be even better? Okay. The other thing about sales and service is it starts this energetic flow of reciprocity, right? So when you ask for a referral, for example, is the best time to ask is when one of your clients is having that peak activity and they've just received some amazing news. They've just achieved their goals, or overachieved, overachieved their goals, and they're in that high energy space. That's the time when you want to be asking them for referrals, because they're obviously happy with what you've done for them. So then it's the case of a simple ask, literally, who else do you know who might also want to experience this level of success? Because you seem to be having amazing results. So who else can you connect me with in your community that would also benefit by stepping up into a bigger, broader entrepreneurial journey? Maybe they're adding team. They're moving from a solopreneur to a CEO. Let's connect, let's talk. So what gift can you share? That's the other thing. And I'm going to share a gift at the end. But if you come forward with a gift at the beginning, it makes a huge difference. So I'm going to put these little slides right up here at the top here. One point, this is my son, Alex. So when I talk about conscious business and the fact that I'm donating a gift, I encourage you to find something that you can give away early in the conversation to your clients, because that energy of reciprocity is what's going to keep your conversations connected and in flow. So this is Alex. He's actually a special needs son, my special needs son. He's 27 now. And he's actually selling his artwork to raise money for Operation Smile. He came running into me, Mom, I want to buy a kid a smile. He says, I need a credit card. What? And he was watching an Operation Smile telethon. And I thought, oh my gosh, how delightful is that? He's so kind-hearted. So they didn't know what to do, the banks, with a credit card application for a special needs child who doesn't have a job. So nothing happened. 3 applications vanished into thin air. So he said, Mom, I'm not waiting anymore. I'm going to sell my paintings and I'm raising money that way. And that's what he's been doing. He's on a bit of a medical hiatus the last couple of years, but he did manage to sell 5, have enough money to sell through his paintings and prints to raise enough money for 5 Operation Smile surgeries. So 5 little kids have actually had their faces, cleft palate, fixed by his work and his special needs. So I'm just going to invite and let that hang as a question for those of you who are parents. What are your kids capable of that they're not doing already? Yeah. So conscious business matters. People come out of the woodwork to help him. The printer he wouldn't charge me to print his book. He wouldn't charge me to print up prints for Alex. Somebody wanted to do his website for free. I mean, people are just coming out of the woodwork to support him and help him because he has a conscious heart. So if you don't have an element in your business right now that is a social enterprise element, that's my other 3rd tip, is make sure that you think about, what can I bring in that touches people's souls? So you really are connecting with people and community at the same time that you're building your own success in business, because it makes a difference. Linda, the lady on the screen here, she's a strategic business analyst. I helped her, I helped her to go from being stuck into starting to move again. She'd been in this place of feeling isolated, and we got her inspired and motivated, and that story with Alex really touched her, and that took off. The last thing I want to share is a really cool tool. Who loves tools? Practical tools? Okay, this is going to be my free gift today. You can actually, in 90 seconds, understand about this 4-part concept using personality science. So it's called BANK. It stands for go back here, BANK. It stands for 4 different personality types: a blueprint, an action, a nurturing, and a knowledge. So when I talked earlier on about those 4 different ways that people hear information and how it touches them, the action person needs to know, because you're showing up well, you have authority, you have the energetic credibility, you maybe you're driving a really nice car, maybe not a Lamborghini, but at least an Audi. They're going to be oriented by the action and the results and your success. They're motivated by money and success. The blueprint personality, though, complete opposite. They're motivated by systems, structure, and not risking anything. No risk. They like to know the process and the steps, and you better be on time. The nurturing person cares about, how is this going to make you feel? How do I know that I'm touching and impacting you? Is it about personal growth? Is it about building community? That's what's important to them. They'll start talking about their family. When you say, hey, tell me about yourself, family first. And then the last one is the knowledge personality. And I have little cards using this concept that I reference. They want to know about the data, like show me the proof, show me the evidence, tell me the stats. Nothing I say is going to make a difference. They got to go off and do their own research. So I had a client who was a nurturer knowledge. And once I found out that that was her preferred personality style using this 90-second assessment, I actually stopped asking her so fast to make a decision, because I knew that she's going to want my references. She's going to follow them all up. She's going to call everybody, and it's going to take at least 2 weeks. So I was patient rather than saying, well, you have to think about it. Okay, next, which I might have done because I had a pretty full roster at that point in time for my coaching. So in using that patience, by knowing that she needed more knowledge to make her decision, in the first 2 weeks of using this approach, I actually saved myself some heartache, grief, and earned another $10,000 just by being patient. So when you know what the personality style is of the person, you can use this in all areas of life and business. I mean, it's ideally, it will help you get over 300, but at least 300% more sales, because if you know your own personality, my primary one is nurturer, and then I learned to speak in the code of an action, I add on 100% more effectiveness. I speak in that code of a knowledge, I add on another 100%, that's 200%, and I drop my blue card. So imagine a blue card. That would be another code, another 100%, that's 300% more effectiveness, just by learning how people like to receive information. Pretty powerful. So you can use it in business, improving your communication skills, your relationships, your own emotional intelligence, and of course, stepping into leadership. Because if you as the leader are heading forwards, but you've got no one behind you, no one following you, that's not leadership. You need to be able to understand how each of your team members like to receive information so you can motivate them. So there's more to it on these cards. And if you're curious, as I'm flicking through this and say, well, that's going too fast, you can get your own report. So I can give you the gift of this report. It's a $99 report, because as Maya said, people will forget what you said, they'll forget what you did, but they will never forget how you made them feel. So I would like you to feel this spirit of generosity, to accept a gift from me. It's valued at $99. You can receive the gift by texting me. Actually, you can text the word code. And if you have your pens handy, hopefully you do, because you've been making notes all through this presentation, this share, text the word code, CODE, to 403 668 9279. So the word is code, CODE, because it's like cracking your personality code. And the number is 403 668 9279. And you'll receive a link. You should receive a link. If that doesn't work because you're in a country that perhaps the telephone service doesn't work, please reach out to me on LinkedIn. I'll be happy to share the actual link with you. So my last comment is with one of my clients, Jody. She's another coach and also a CPA. She started working with me together because she wanted to work herself more with women entrepreneurs and look at taking action. So she has more of a blueprint personality. So she really appreciated the structured problem-solving process that we went through. So there's a ton more behind this tool. There's an artificial intelligence app that I can press one button on LinkedIn and it will tell me the personality code that the profile was written in. For example, I can cut and paste text from a website, put it into an artificial intelligence app through this bank system, and it will tell me who that marketing is intended to appeal to. Works brilliantly. Had a client who has had been trying to sell her house and she couldn't get enough traffic to come through. So I said, well, let me look at the profile. And I can probably tell you in 50 seconds why. Well, the first line was, hello, gorgeous. Well, that's a bit oriented towards women. And then the rest of the advert was all written in such heavy nurturing language, it only would have appealed to one type of person. And she couldn't get enough traffic through the website, through the listing. So once we changed up the language and brought in some elements that would appeal to the action personality, the nurturing, and the knowledge and the blueprint personality, that transaction closed within 2 months. Brilliant, eh? So there's a lot of ways to use this in business, but if you're in business for yourself, you want to connect, you want to make sure that you have a tool that people will find easy to take advantage of, because who doesn't want to know more about their own personality, right? And learn about the other three. And it's something that we can do as a free gift. So there's a link on the screen as well, but text me at that number or link up with me on LinkedIn, and I'm happy to share a little bit more. I do periodically do demos and stuff on this tool, but I think that the most important thing here is there's 3 secrets. First, think about your world of an entrepreneurship role as not about selling all the time. It's about serving. Secondly, use appreciative inquiry, that ask method, appreciative sales kinetics. What's working well for you? How could it be even better? Can I share more about what I do? And let's co-create something unique together. And then the third thing is have a tool that works. So that's all I wanted to share today, Mew. Hopefully you found that incredibly valuable. I'd love to get some comments going in the chat window. What was the most valuable part of what I shared today? 1, 2, or 3? Sales and service, appreciative inquiry, a tool. Go ahead and pop that in the chat window. And I'm not monitoring the chat as well. So let me stop sharing. And look out at the world of Windows. Do we have time for any questions, Mew?
You have 2 minutes.
Okay. I always love inquiry. Thank you, Rainbow. Love this. Thank you, Cheryl. Good to see you again. Colleen, my friend Colleen, hello. 2, yes. Appreciative inquiry. It works magically. What questions are coming up for you? Brave souls, go ahead, pop your hand up. Where's my friend Dr. Anelli, who had so many questions for our previous speaker? She's still here. Hi, Sandy. Yeah, thank you. Love to be in touch. Yes. Please reach out to me on LinkedIn. Hi, Cheryl. Is that you that put your hand up?
Yes, I was just wanting to know, is this app only useful on LinkedIn, or is it good for other ways to reach people?
Well, I can cut and paste text from anything. If I wrote a book and I want to make sure it lands with everybody, I can put that through I can put the whole book through the artificial intelligence app. I can cut a piece from a website. I can put a Facebook post. I can use it on LinkedIn. LinkedIn is the profile tool that actually has a Chrome extension. So it is already working well with LinkedIn, and there's also something on Zoom as well that is in the works. So there's lots of applications for it. The main thing is understanding, which of the 4 personalities is the person in front of you have, and then using that wisdom to know how to connect with them the best way. So you create lasting relationships fast.
Well, this is great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks, Cheryl.
Tara has a question. Maybe you two could just communicate in the chat. Is that okay? Because
Is
it's
that
time for the next
Latara?
speaker. We have to talk to the next with speakers on.
Great. Well, thanks so
I
much
think
for
my
your
words are
attention.
mumbled.
And I'm happy to address questions in the chat. I'll stay on for a little bit as well. And
All right.
thanks for your rapt attention.
All right. Well, if these 2 presentations you didn't. I think my tongues are like. I don't know what's going on with my words. Well, we have another amazing speaker, and his name is Sylvain Haché. He's not showing up. Okay, sorry. This is Sylvain Haché, another amazing speaker who's had appearances at Chanel and CBC, which is Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. So he is ex-chronic stutter that morphed into an award-winning international touring musician, interviewed on live TV and radio in multiple countries and in 2 languages. He has helped people from age 18 to 81 to overcome stage and camera fright and create a new public speaking system that turns intelligent introverts into charismatic speakers that can sell, speak, and compel like natural leaders on stage, on camera, and in meetings. Welcome, Sylvain.
Hello, Mew. Thank you very much. And while you were doing the introduction, Fluffy, the troublemaker, just walked in the thing, and he just wanted to say hi. So I guess we'll have Fluffy here for a while. Hello, everybody. My name is Sylvain Haché. You can call me Sly if you do not speak French. And we have here in Quebec a famous comedian called Yvon Deschamps. He says in French, "On veut pas le savoir, on veut le voir." That translates to, we don't want to hear about it, we want to see it. So last call, last chance, flick on your cameras, because in the moment, Mew's going to pick someone at random from the audience. That's the deal here. I'm not talking about it. Someone at random, Mew's going to pick. You will come on screen, and in 25 minutes or less, I will design for you a charismatic talk that you can deliver without scripts, without notes. You can go on stage and say it. And this is not a talk just for fun. It's a talk that gets people to do something that you want them to. Either buy in, swipe, click, download, and you'll have that designed on the spot for free in 25 minutes or less. So last call, flick on your cameras. I'm just going to drop, because I got to type something in the chat. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop in the chat the link for everyone to follow along. All right. I just made a Google Doc. So if you are chosen, have that Google Doc. You can print it, use it later. If you're not chosen, you can even follow along and answer to the questions, and you can have your own talk designed for free in 25 minutes or less. All right. So, Mew, after you, we can just choose, pick it, let your heart, let the forces of life guide you. We want the best demonstration as possible.
I have someone who's the industry's best kept secret, and I really think she needs to rock it on stage because she's one of those idol of mine. So I'm going to say Rainbow Casey.
Holy
All
cow.
right. Can I see her?
God.
Rainbow, that's a beautiful name. Hello, Rainbow.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm doing
So
great.
my talk is scheduled for 30 minutes. In 1 minute, we'll have 25 minutes left. We have to finish by then. So it's going to go pretty fast, okay? Do you have the Google Sheet to follow along?
Oh, I have to download it now, don't I?
Okay. No, just click on the thing so you can see it. All right?
Okay.
Okay. Tell you what, I'll even do this in 25 minutes with my cat on me that doesn't want to go. Okay, so here we go. I'll keep the cat on. It's okay, Rainbow. I'll send you the sheet after if you don't like, if you don't have it here. So tell me, where are you speaking and when When's your talk?
I am actually speaking on Saturday in this event.
Saturday here?
Yes.
Okay. That's usually a little bit too quick for what I like, but do you have something else coming up soon?
No, right now that's it.
Okay, it's good. Let's go with that. Okay. Speaking Saturday, and it's for a 30-minute talk.
Yes.
All right. Glorious. What do you want the audience to do at the end of your talk?
Oh, I want them to call me and talk to me about what I do.
So you want them to book a call.
Yes.
Glorious. And you're speaking to entrepreneurs here on that summit. Mainly, right, Mew? This is mainly entrepreneurs, right?
Yes, entrepreneurs.
Got it. Okay. Why would they do that, Rainbow? Tell me, why would they do that? Why would they book a call? What would that give them? Hi,
Because
Talia.
they want to find out how to get healthier, have more energy, and stop the aging process.
So stop aging, more energy, and get healthier.
Yeah.
That's why they would book a call with you. All right. If they have more energy, what will they do with the energy? What will it give them to have more energy?
They will be able to live out their life purpose without obstacles of health. They'll be able to do anything they want to do with their energy and their health.
That's absolutely glorious. Do you know from I've been working with people, your ideal audience, if they have some sort of a purpose in common? Like, I usually work with coaches, for example, like, so, and I know these people pretty well. People you work with, do they have some sort of a big buckets they fall into for purpose? Like,
Well, my experience just when working with people to find their purpose, usually it has something to do with contributing to the world in a positive way.
yeah, okay, I got it. Okay, so we'll see. We'll use it later. Let's just stick with purpose without the health obstacles. Got it. Okay, now tell me, Rainbow, we need to know. I see you have it looks like a chakra stick in the back with different colors and stuff. I don't know what that thing looks like. You need to tell me what. Yeah, what's that thing?
It was a gift from a beloved friend who passed on, who just basically did hearts with rainbow colors for me.
Glorious. My sympathies for the passing of your friend. That is a glorious gift. We might use that later. Okay. So tell me, in the hearts and mind of your ideal audience, of the entrepreneurs that are already there, I need to know this thing about stopping aging and living life your purpose and blah, 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 everything that you talk about, okay? Inside of them, without you even thinking, without even you being there, there's already powerful drivers in them that are self-fueled. An example of a self-fueled driver is like sex drive. You can't stop it. It's there whether you want it or not. Or the drive to, a status is a self-fueled drive. What self-fueled, powerful mechanism already existing inside the audience aligns with that? Get healthier, more energy, stop aging, blah, blah, blah.
Let me think if I understand. They want to have an impact on the world.
Okay. And if they have an impact, how
they want to be meaningful.
There you go. Okay. What drives them to want to have that impact is they want to feel meaningful. They want to feel significance. I matter. I have significance. My life is meaningful.
Well,
is that it?
Without it, it's pretty sad.
Okay. So, all right. So let's go with meaning. Is it okay with you if I say significance? Because later on in the process, significance will be an easier thing to embody than meaning.
Sure.
Cool? Okay, significance. And when you have all the significance in the world, what does that give you?
Fulfillment.
Oh, Rainbow, you just hit the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, girl. Did you say fulfillment?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. If you were waiting for a moment to start dancing, now would be the time to start dancing. Woo! Hear that, Fluffy? Oh, yeah.
I've never
Look
thought
at that
so
thing.
fast in my whole life.
Sorry?
I've never had to think so fast.
We got 25 minutes. I mean, we okay. Now, what does fulfill? Now, I know Rainbow wants them to book a call. And eventually, you want to sell them into a program. Of course, that's okay. But what does fulfillment want them to do? Fulfillment. If fulfillment was an embodiment, fulfillment was an embodied. Fulfillment was a speaker. Fulfillment was a thing. What would fulfillment want everyone to do? If fulfillment is a speaker here, what is fulfillment's call to action?
To be your own unique self.
And why is it more important than ever to do this now?
I think it is to be an example to people who have been programmed to not listen to their heart and be themselves.
You said be an example to those who have been programmed out of themselves. You say that?
Yeah.
Okay, so how would you call the people that have been programmed to be not themselves? How would you call them in your mind view, in your system? They called zombies, robots, drones. Like, how do you call these people?
Well, maybe it's nicer to say unconscious.
There you go. Perfect. Because, by the way, in any type of charismatic messaging, you always need the opposite. And here's the formula for charisma, people. Charisma is not some sort of a mystical thing that only actors have and you have if the light is cocaine and your makeup is right. Charisma is baseline confidence multiplied by the degree to which you identify with an idea bigger than yourself. So if Rainbow's putting a talk together, your only intention is book a call. No, there's no charisma there. Even if she has her makeup just right, has nothing to do with it. Charisma is the embodiment of an idea bigger than yourself, and to the degree which you identify with that, and see, you're a speaker. Think of this speaker behind here. The speaker is not the music. The speaker is what the music makes it vibrate. Look at Margot here. Look at that thing. Woo-hoo. See? You as the speaker are embodying a message, and the message is fulfillment coming through the speaker named Rainbow. If Rainbow is only concerned about Rainbow, there's no charisma, no torque, no pizzazz, no conversion, no nothing. Make sense? Okay. So why won't they do that, Rainbow? Why won't they do that? Why won't they be their own unique self?
Well, in terms of what I do, I find they don't believe it is possible.
No. Rainbow does not exist here. Fulfillment is speaking to the audience. Why won't they do what fulfillment wants them to do? So now, see, now close your eyes, Rainbow. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. When I ask you what your name is fulfillment. If I take a blood sample, it's the blood sample of fulfillment. Got me? Rainbow, just go take a walk. Fulfillment. Go into the audience. Dive into the audience. Fulfillment, go sit into the audience and listen to them bitch and moan about why they can't do the thing you want them to do. Oh, again, easy for you to say, I can't do this because why won't they do it? Why won't they be their own unique self?
They're afraid. They don't know how.
Afraid of what? Afraid of what?
Of being different.
What will happen if they're different?
oh gosh, you know, they might not be accepted. They might have to, they can't be invisible anymore. They have to have courage.
See, that's a tall order, Rainbow. They're not booking a call. They have to go through all that before they book a call. Holy shit. No wonder it's hard to, you get it now, right?
Yeah.
They lose their shield of invisibility. Oh shit, I gotta be courageous now. Okay. So now, what is the smallest internal shift that needs to go on or that needs to happen inside the mind and soul and spirit of someone or something in order for them to have the shift? So, see, they go from scared and I don't know how and blah, blah, blah. What needs to go on? What's the shift that needs to happen from scared to what? What's the shift they need to have in order to do that, be their own self?
I think they have to have a taste of what it feels like when they do own, when they do feel themselves.
So it's they go from not knowing to having a taste, but what's the internal shift that needs to happen in order for you even to start moving in that direction? There needs to, because a lot of people stay invisible their whole life. But some people, there's a shift. There's something goes, oh shit, something happens, death of a friend or whatever it is, and they have a shift. What's that shift? They need to go from afraid to something else, or maybe you speak about courage. So maybe afraid to courage.
Yeah, of course. From
Okay.
fear to
Okay. Afraid, fear, say fear to courage. What else? What other shifts they need to have? They need to go from this to that internally in order for them to start moving in that direction.
self-awareness.
Ooh, from unconscious to conscious. Got it? That's sexy. Sexy, easy. Everybody knows what you're talking about. Okay. And last call, you can have one more. Since we have 25 minutes, take your time.
So is there another question?
Any shift, anything else that they need to shift internally to move in that direction?
To shift internally. Let me think. Well, I think they need to be aware of the pain of not doing it.
All right. So, okay, got it. Okay. So that's fear and courage. So they go from fear to pain of not doing. Got it. Okay. Easy. So let's fall into a category of unconscious to conscious or fear to courage in that category of shifting internally. Okay. Now we're moving everything else. We're in this category. Rainbow does not exist. Fulfillment does not exist. The collective unconscious of humankind exists. It's always there. That's where we, draw ideas from. Have the collective experience of everything you heard, any movie, any song, any story you've heard, anything you know, any book you've read, any story you've personally had, or a friend had, or a daughter, or an uncle, anyone, throughout all time. Is there one time, one story where you or someone you know had that shift of going from fear to courage, of going from unconscious to conscious? There's 700 billion of them. Choose one.
Well, the first thing I thought of is somebody whose name I can never remember. Oh, I remember Joe Dispenza, when he, when his body was so destroyed.
Got it. I know the story. Give me something else. Unless you know Joe. Do you know Joe personally?
No.
Okay, next. Come on. Let's go. Suivant next.
Well, I can remember a time in my life when I was, programmed with medicine, when I had this aha experience, when I discovered the concept of energy, which they don't talk about in medical school, and that energy, that we could get in touch with what you might call energy.
Okay, let's call that the medicine aha moment, okay?
Okay.
Now, that story, does it have a happy ending? Like, is there a transformation and there's something good that comes out of it? But if you just tell the story as is with nothing else, is it a good story?
Well, it changed my life.
Good enough, good enough, good enough. Good at it, girl. You're doing great, Rainbow. You're doing beautiful. Okay, give me another one. We need a second one. The time when you lost your ice cream as a kid and then you were crying, whatever, any story that you really had that, or you or someone you really know closely, or it could be a pet, real story that happened that goes from unconscious to conscious or fear to courage.
Okay, well, I had another thing after a car accident because I've been this, holistic longevity person all my life, but it devastated me and I couldn't move past the pain. And so I was in this place of, couldn't even walk really. And then I
Stop, man. You're golden. Man, this is millions of dollars in the bank per year for the rest of your life, and you're going to live a long time, girl. Golden. Stop. Yeah, golden. Okay, beautiful. We have it. Okay, now tell me. Rainbow, would you please leave the room and make place for fulfillment now? So close your eyes. What is your name? Fulfillment, you say? Okay, beautiful. Breathe as fulfillment. Think as fulfillment. Remember your souvenirs as fulfillment. Remember your plans and future as fulfillment. And now fulfillment, tell me, what is the meta click that happens inside the mind of someone when someone really goes from fear to courage? What is the overarching meta click that happened? What caused that in the beginning in the invisible world? What's going on there?
To me, it's the calling from source. If you could call it God, you could call it, it's your calling. It's what connects you to the higher universe.
And what happens inside of someone when because everybody's called all the time. What happens when someone hears it for the first time? What happens when someone gets it, hears it? What happens there? Inside the mind, inside the body, to feel the aura, the energy, the intentions.
They feel loved and they feel I lost it, but anyway,
you were about to say safe. Yeah.
Loved and connected.
Love, connected, and safe.
And and the word I was going to say before was powerful.
There you go. Okay. So the meta click is, okay, let's go weak to powerful. That's the shift. You realize you're not just your body, you're way more than that. You're an internal being living in a conscious, temporary human experience, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's go with weak to powerful. That's glorious. That's the meta click, okay? Now, again, fulfillment. I give you fulfillment. By the powers vested in me, fulfillment, I give you access to all of Rainbow's memories. Since her childhood, give me an experience, an example, or something that she's heard, saw, or movie, or anything that has to do with going from weak to powerful. Anything that she saw, like a demonstration or a proof or a physics explosion, something that wow, I thought that was weak, but it was really powerful. Give me something.
Weak to powerful. Well, there are a lot of movies about overcoming obstacles. I can't find one right now.
Okay. I'll help you out. Look around you. Okay. How about that gift behind you? Look at that thing with the hearts. Okay. Look at that thing with your eyes behind you. Yeah. Look at that thing. If you were to describe the difference between weak and powerful with this thing, how would you do it? If you had that in your hand and you were to talk about the shift between weak and powerful, how would you use that?
Well, it's a physical representation of love.
Which you said that the meta click that people, that's your first one. You said the first thing people feel when they hear the calling is that they feel loved. They feel love for the first time sometimes. Okay, so let's have that. So if you were to tell a story about your friend with that thing, would that put you in a love state?
When I look at it, yes.
Yes. So if you're okay, and there's loving in the story, there's love in the person, and this person is now living past their years with a gift of love to you, right? Ooh, starting to feel it, Rainbow?
Well, I'm feeling it because what I'm talking about on Saturday is leaving a legacy.
Okay, so we got you. We got your talk. Okay, we got 5 minutes to put the talk together now. We got everything. So the gift of love. We go with this. Okay. So what you do now, everybody, if it's been following along, go to the third page and you choose your level. If you're a beginner, you choose that one. If you're pretty good at this, if you're a Jedi, like Talia, I know Talia's pretty good at this. You could go and plug in with your open loops and your stories and your hypnotic storytelling, blah, blah, blah. Let's go for beginner, okay? Rainbow, this is Saturday. What you do is you take your hook. You're going to have a hook. Story 1, story 2, your money shot, which is the gift. A recap, a charismatic call to action, which is what fulfillment wants them to do. And the way they do the thing that fulfillment wants them to do is they book a call with Rainbow. Get it? So you wrap around the full power of the universe, God and love and the collective unconscious and all the internal powerful emotional drivers in them, and you tie that into your call to action. And then you go in there with a powerful sense of, I'll take it easy on them. What I got's too powerful here. You don't go in thinking, oh my God, I hope you like me. Oh shit, I hope you book a call. There's none of that going on, girl. Okay? So you will take your sheet, okay? It says right here on your document, you make a hook using question 3 and 6. So you go to question 3 and 6. So 3 for you is get healthier, more energy, stop aging, and you can live your purpose without the obstacle of health. And number 6 is be your unique self. So your hook would be something, any combination of 3 and 6. So it could be anything along the lines of, would you like to be able to shed all your fears and be, do, have, and be and live your own full life, your own full self, and live your true purpose without any health obstacles for as far as the eye can see? That's sexy enough for you?
That's pretty sexy.
See, but you can make up any one of these with any combination of 3 and 6. That's your hook. That's your start. And then from there, you don't go into anything else than your first story. What is your first story? Then you choose. You decide, do you want to tell your car story first or you want to tell the aha moment energy first? You just go into it. You do your hook, then you go to that story. Now, can you tell that story without a script? Of course, you know it. And then when you're done with that story, you tell the other one. Can you tell the other one without a script? So only thing, you pretty much have your hook, and then it says, car, which is your cue for the car story. And then aha for the medical thing. You just a word or two, it cues your memory, and you just go and go and go. After you've told these 2 stories, which in and of themselves create the shifts inside the audience they need to have in order to be receptive to feel the love and the calling, then you whip out the power tools of the love gift you have behind you. Good Lord, take it easy on them, Rainbow. You're too powerful now. Take it easy on them. Then you whip that thing out, and then you tell the whole thing with a special emphasis on making it clear that they feel the calling, they feel heard, they feel seen, they feel loved, they feel safe. Once they feel loved and they feel safe, then you move on to your, it says right here, charismatic call to action, which is why you can feel safe in being your full self. And the first step in doing that is to book a call with me at 1-800-RAINBOW.com.
Wow.
Any questions, insults, or comments, you can drop them in the chat. And you have access to these sheets, everybody here. That was for free, and you can use them all. You can create as many talks as you want just using the simple formula. Mind you, this is not the full system. This is like a stick figure version of 1 step of a 9-step system, 45 days. If you want more of that and a free public speaking confidence checklist, just go to nextlevelpublicspeaking.com and download the 1-step public speaking confidence checklist. Think of the other 16 as your personal safe-ish insurance policy. Because I know that when you go on stage, you don't go there to get laughed at, right, Rainbow?
That's
Don't want to get laughed at on stage. That's a bad place to get laughed at.
So can I have your notes?
Yes, send me. Thank you, Talia, telling everybody that I rocked. That's good. Yeah, send me support at nextlevelpublicspeaking.com. I'll take a picture of this and send it to you at the
Thank
email
you.
that you sent me. So support at nextlevelpublicspeaking.com. It will be a pleasure for me to send it all your way. And enjoy your talk.
Ah, wow. I'm blown away.
Oh,
Oh
well,
my
thank
God.
you, Sylvain, for that amazing demonstration. We're ready for our next speaker. If I can, my chat keeps moving around. The next speaker is Francois Lupin, another Canadian, 3 Canadians in a row. So who he is the CEO of How to Become More. He's a keynote speaker, business mindset, and sales performance coach and mentor. He's also a national trainer for Tony Robbins and has been involved in 2,000 plus persons events for Tony Robbins. And he is also a certified consultant for Bob Proctor. Welcome, Francois.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Sylvain, you're going to be a hard act to follow, but it's 2 Frenchmen in a row, though. So that's a good thing. All right, everybody. So it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks, Miu. The presentations so far were amazing. So I can share my screen, correct?
Yes.
I'm old school guy. I like my PowerPoint presentations. And so if you can tell me when you see my screen, that would be fantastic. Give me a thumbs up when you see it. Can you? It says welcome. You got it. Perfect. Excellent. So I'm going rapidly over some introduction here. Surefire way to sell anybody. So that just follows what Sylvain has brought to the table, but with a different aspect. You'll be astonished at what it is. Can I get in a chat who, if you're number 1 for a business, number 2 professional, number 3 an employee, and number 4 if you are in sales? That would help me tremendously. Thank you so much. So I can see a little bit. Okay, number 2, number 1, number 2, number 1, number 1, number 4. All right, number 2. Excellent. Thank you so much. 4, 2, 1. So we have an array. No employees. That's good. All right, well, it's different. Okay, so $100,000 a year is no longer good enough for anybody here. I don't know how much money you make. I don't care. But I want you to get to the next level. And by the end of this little super class, do not lower your lifestyle to match your income anymore. Rather, increase your income to match your desired lifestyle. And so we'll find out why we get the results we're getting, the root cause of your behavior, good and bad, and your tipping point. That's going to unlock your success. This is going to be life-changing. Look at this good-looking guy. I'm on LinkedIn, and my passion is to solve problems quickly so you can improve your profits. Now, I'm a proud father of 6. Sorry, but I always have to do this. I have 6 children, 31 years married to my wife this week. And we love the beach. And I have a few awards because who am I to speak with you? 7 Habits of Highly Effective People for Stephen Covey, 13 years. Remax Gold, top agents, 11 years in a row. And a national trainer for Tony Robbins. And I love this right here. 80% psychology, 20% skills. Put this in the back of your mind. And God bless his soul, Bob Proctor. He passed away. Is 6 years as a personal mentor. And that's me a little bit. I'm a little crazy. That motocross thing is 2 weeks ago, and I jumped 40 feet with my bike. And you have gold medal results as a Canadian Taekwondo champion. Why am I saying this? Not to impress you, but to impress upon you that lifestyles and things are available if we put our things together. So as you stay till the end, you'll experience a breakthrough. So results are the name of the game for each and every one of us. And if we want to have growth, if you want to have growth, if your clients want to experience growth, we need to change. If you agree with this, put number 3 in the chat if you believe that you need change in order to have growth. 3, thanks, Sandy. Perfect, just a number. Miu, Sylvain, thank you. Dr. Cheryl, indeed, we need to have change. And the change that I'm talking about is do not, I love this slide, don't lower your standard of living down to your income. Take your income where you want your standard of living to be. So, and in your field of expertise. Now, today is about you. Why am I saying about you? Because you can create your own economy. And Bob Proctor, my coach and mentor, enabled me to have my 6-figure year income onto a monthly basis. And so that's what qualifies me to tell you that the law of compensation has 3 simple steps that it creates. Number 1, the need for what you do. Is there a need for what you do? I'm sure that if you're here and you attracted you to this because she was very selective, there's a need for what you do. Number 2, your ability to do it. That's number 2. Number 3 is the difficulty there will be in replacing you. So need for what you do, ability to do it, difficulty in replacing you. Focus on one thing, and that one thing is your ability to do it. If you become a master at whatever you do, you will become irreplaceable. And that's where we want to be, because our results are a reflection of what's going on inside of us. And until we change, nothing will change. Familiar with paradigms? This is a huge problem that for almost everybody, and I'll define paradigm for you. The reason I'm doing this right now is I'm setting up a foundation for a couple of slides that I will show you later that will transform your life forever. But we need to understand this. Paradigm is a mental program that has almost exclusive control over our habitual behavior. My behavior, your prospect's behavior, your wife's behavior, your children's behavior, and almost all of our behavior is habitual. So that's a big number. So to be able to shape your future, you must be willing and able to change that paradigm. So let's look at the mind and paradigm. Actually, let's look at your mind and your paradigms. In 1934, Thurman Fleet was very involved in the healing arts. And he said, the mind is an activity. It's not a thing. No one has ever seen the mind. And in order to gain clarity and eliminate confusion, you create an image that we will work with. Remember this, the mind is an activity, not a thing. So you created this little thing. You can say, this is funny. It's a stick person. And so the stick person has got very interesting elements. The first one is the mind on top, and it's got 2 parts. Of course, our mind has more than 2 parts, but we'll concentrate on just 2 to make it simple. First is the conscious mind. Second is the subconscious mind. And then we have the body. As you can see from this picture, the body is smaller than the mind. That is because the body is an instrument of the mind. The body only does what the mind tells it to do. And you're going to see all these things, stick with me, will come together and you go, oh, that's what it is. And that's the most valuable idea that was ever learned by Bob Proctor himself. So now, you, me, and everybody else are the products of most times of someone else's habitual way of thinking. Paradigms literally control the lives of most people most of the time. New paradigm, new results. And 96 to 98% of all the results, perception and behaviors are subconscious. And I'm harping this thing so we can really understand, because this is a pivot. It's our paradigm where it's at. Okay, so here we go. This, again, is our stick person that I told you about. That's a representation of your mind. It's just a representation, but it helps us to understand. Then there's the body at the bottom. And the mind is separated in 2 parts. We have to call it another way is the imaginative mind. You can imagine whatever you want. And then you have the universal mind, which is connected with all the knowledge that there is. So one is your conscious mind, the other one is your subconscious mind. And check out body. It's going to change. It's going to say that the body is an instrument of the mind. Therefore, the results that we get need to come from our wants. The wants that you have, once they're impressed into your subconscious mind, become a deep desire. A deep desire is in the subconscious mind. So you want things in your mind, and the desire goes into the subconscious mind. And that tells the body what to do to get results. So I've set the stage for what it is that you want to learn. I says, how can you sell anybody? If you look at this and you understand what I just put, the conscious mind has the want. That's what they want. But until it becomes a desire in their subconscious mind, they will take no action. So now let's get into action and figure out the basic concept of the 4 levels of communicating. Again, this is our mind, and then the body, which is an instrument of the mind. You have at the top, the conscious mind, the subconscious mind, and the body. Now, professional salesperson, if you are responsible to generate income for your business, you need to become a professional salesperson. And I'm not talking about 1980 white tie used car salesman. Your prospect is exactly the same as you. You see, there's no difference in between the two, but we need to understand the difference between talking and effectively communicating. And this is where everything that I told in the beginning is going to come into play. You have and they have. So they have a conscious mind and they see, hear, smell, taste, touch, just like you do. And they have a subconscious mind, just like you do. Now, that's conscious mind is the intellectual mind. That's where all the knowledge is. And that's where the thinking occurs. When you think, it occurs in your conscious mind. Now, the communication that we have is through our words, through our gestures, and through our writing. Now, you can say, I want to help you. Say it with words. And then the prospect is going to say, I want your help. But this only represents 2 to 4% of the communication. If you have the most polished presentation in the world and you only stop there, it'll never work. Because we need to go a little deeper and see this question here, write it down. This is one of the most pivotal points. If you tell me what you want, I'll show you how to get it. If you tell me what you want, I'll show you what to get it. Remember when we talked about that the want is at the conscious mind? This is what's happening here. If you tell me what you want, I'll show you to get it. A little sidebar here. That means, ladies and gentlemen, that if you cannot help them get what they want, you will show them or point them to the direction of someone that can. So you are selfless in your way of wanting to help. If you can help them, that is great. If you can't, point them in the direction of someone that can. That's why networking is so important. That's why I have hundreds of people I can refer to if I can help them. But so you tell them, if you tell me what you want, I'll show you how to get it. What are we doing now? We're controlling their conscious mind to think about what it is that they want. And as you do this, and they say, for example, let's make an example because I needed to make an example. Doesn't matter what it is. They say, I'd love to earn an extra $5,000 a month. Perfect. So now, you see now the hearts that happen. This is the emotion. The emotional level of communication is 96 to 98% of the communication. And so it is felt. Women are better than men at this. They feel people. It's like, I feel good or I don't feel good with this person. Sometimes men, it goes a little, but it's something that you can develop. But women are really good at this. I feel good about this or I don't. Their intuition, but it's at the emotion level. So now, when you start to communicate with them, all of a sudden there's a paradigm. And that paradigm is that habitual behavior. And it's programmed to doubt. It's doubting. Now, if you say in your mind, subconscious mind, I really need this sale. And I really need this sale. What's going to happen is now that paradigm of yours is going to communicate with that person. And they're going to say, whoa, I don't want to deal with these people. I don't feel good about it. That's why most times that you're saying that I said the perfect presentation, everything was fantastic. And how come they didn't buy? This is the reason. You did not get emotionally involved with what it is that they wanted. Keyword. You need to be emotionally involved with what it is that your prospect wants. And then you have to future pace them into what it is that they want. What does that mean? If they say, I'd love to earn an extra $5,000 a month, I can help you do that. What would it look like when you earn $5,000? How will it feel? What will it change? And now they're getting emotionally involved with their desired outcome. And the more you get them emotionally involved, because you get emotionally involved, the more the communication goes, tung, 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 and now they're feeling you. As they are feeling you, whatever your heart feels, they receive. This is a missing link that most people don't have. You know, when it says, would my color chart be lying? Well, it's just a color chart until you communicate heart to heart and you get emotionally involved with the wants that they have. And you get so emotionally involved with it that it becomes a desire at the subconscious level. Bingo, the body has no choice but to take physical action. The body language says, I am ready to take action with the solution that you're providing me with. So this is a new level of communication that it goes very deep. So it's not you that's holding you back. It's who you think you're not. So our job is to make them see themselves the way they want to become. When all paradigms stay in control, nothing changes. Therefore, if we're failing to have people make a decision to enroll or to do whatever that we feel is in best interest, is because their paradigms, their old paradigm is still in control. Their results are a reflection of what's going on inside of them. So our job is to get them emotionally involved with their desire, not what you want them to do, what they want to do. And as you do this, everything changes. Buckminster Fuller says, you never change things by fighting existing reality. You can't convince people. To change something, you need to build a new model that makes the old one obsolete. What I just made you do is change their paradigm. How? By getting emotionally involved with the things that they want. If the things that they want, you get emotionally involved with it, it'll turn into a desire, and that desire will put them into action. So make a decision. And the decision that you need to make is to be genuinely interested in what your prospect wants, and then get emotionally involved in that decision. And once you do that, it's going to be time for you to what? You're going to transform your dreams into reality, your goals into achievement, and your thinking into results, the results that you want for your clients. So today you decided to make a decision to change yourself. How? By forgetting self and focusing on the want of the individual with whom you're communicating. Once you do that and you get emotionally involved with their wants, it turns into a burning desire, and then they have no choice but to take action. Congratulations. You've transformed someone's lives because of your desire to help and serve. There you go. It was a short thing. You said, we have 15 minutes. I'm 15 minutes, 33 seconds. Excellent. Any questions or thoughts? Not all at the same time. Yes, Sylvain.
How about we make a joke and I ask a question in French?
Absolutely. What problem?
No. Man, that's glorious. There's a thing you said, it went by fast. You said it's not what you think you are, it's what you think you're not that holds you back. What's the reversal on that thing? It's not, how'd you say? You just said that like 2 minutes ago.
Yes. And so basically what that means is that it's not what you think. I'm just going to go back to it because I understand what you're saying. You want the reverse of it to make it better. Let me just go back.
Yes, it's like a white slide written in black.
I know.
It's not who you think you are, or it's like
it's not who you are that's holding you back. It's who you think you're not. And by that, it means that your paradigm is in control of you. And that's what's holding you back. But you have to think of what you want. And when you think of what you want, you diminish what you think you're not. It says, I want to become like this. The more you focus on that, the more you take action towards it. And oftentimes, I'll say it another way. If you see an opportunity, you need to jump and go for it. Because if you don't, fear is going to grab you and hold you there. That's your paradigm. That's who you think you're not. So you see something, and then next thing is, oh, who am I fooling? I can't do this. I tried before, it didn't work. That's what this slide means. Does that make sense? Does that answer better your question?
Yeah, the thing is, someone says, I'm not a good salesman. I'm not this, I'm not that. Therefore, I won't take advantage of that opportunity.
Exactly. And the way out of this, forget about self. Forget about you, because it's not about you. Actually, it never was about you. And if you think only about me, you're going to be a lonely world. But if you think about how I can help Margot, how can I help Talia? How can I help Sandy? How can I help Cheryl? How can I help Sylvain? And then asking proper questions to find out what it is that each of the individuals want. And then you get emotionally involved with what they want. Then next thing you know, their desire kicks in so much that now they become unstoppable of them wanting. Long story short, you use this, you'll never sell again. People will buy from you. They're going to say, I need this. That's what I want. Why? Because it's them. They're saying it. They have processed it. It's not you, it's them. So it comes from the inside out rather than the outside in. Yes, Anita.
Thanks.
You're muted.
There we go. Yes. Hey, hi. So
Hi.
I'm really enjoying this. I was transplanting a palm tree because it's starting to freeze here in Kansas City. But I just have to pipe up. I love this. So I help women who are divorcing to thrive after divorce. And this is a huge piece that's missing. I'll just tell you, like, this one potential client came to me, and what she wanted, is that the husband she's divorcing is a, how did she say, pathological narcissist. And what she wanted from me was to help me do battle with him. Like, she couldn't even see that she was the one who was, she's the one who initiated the divorce, but she couldn't even see that.
Okay.
Is she here?
You're muted, Anita. You're muted, Anita. Anita, you're muted.
So what she wanted was somebody to help her do battle with ex-husband, and she couldn't even see that she was actually in a divorcing process. So the reason I tell you this story is everything in me repelled her. I want it to fix her. So that's my habit, right? I want it to fix her and to set her straight and to, shake her up and tell her, wait a minute, what you're doing here is divorcing, and you're being a victim, you're giving them a label that doesn't work. All of that was going on in my head. I wasn't meeting her. I didn't develop that rapport. I wasn't meeting her where she was. So what you're saying really speaks to me. And I know this is an edge to me. That's just what, for me, that's just one example. It's a real edge, is to, accept potential clients where they're at. And I think first to really listen and take it in, or I don't know what language you're using, I like it, but to really take her in, and for her to really feel listened to. And that was the part I couldn't do because I'm addicted to fixing people.
So basically what you said, just to cut it short, your paradigm was so big that it stopped you from listening and treating her. This is what
That's
happened.
right.
So that's why I
That's
said
right.
we have to forget about self.
Yeah,
So
yeah. I
coming
want to fix, you're not supposed to be a victim. Yeah, all of that. And I wasn't listening. I couldn't listen to her. It's still quite honestly a dilemma, because were she to coach with me, were she to be a client, we'd have to get further, her paradigm would have to shift too.
Yeah, paradigm is a big key. Thanks for sharing that thought with us, and that awakening that you have, that oftentimes it's our paradigms that stop the process. Thanks, Anita. Anybody else have some questions? Clear. I had to go fast. I'm sorry about this, but the conscious mind and the subconscious mind, when you get this, it's amazing. Get emotionally involved with other people's wants and desires and show them how they can get it. And then you got this. You got the world by the tail when you do this. Because it's not about you. It's about them and the results that they want. Excellent. Sylvain. I say Dr. Rainbow Casey first, let's say, and then Sylvain after.
So it sounds like the real key is really getting clear about what they want.
You got it. That's it. As I said, it's not about us. Thank you so much for clarifying this from another angle. Exactly. Absolutely. Yes, it's not about us. Never was. And when we think it's about us, then we get in the way. Sylvain, you want to say something else?
That's not a question. It's just your body language. I saw you exactly. You've probably worked with Bob Proctor a lot because the way when you said subconscious, you touch your face at the same place he touches it when he says it at the same time. It was beautiful.
6 years as a personal mentor with Bob. This guy was absolutely amazing.
The same hand motion, the same everything. It was perfect. It was the same thing.
Well, I'm happy that, and that's one of the things that Tony Robbins, national trainer for Tony Robbins, Tony always said, success leaves clues. So duplicate successful habits, and then you'll accelerate your own success. Yes, Anita. You're muted again.
Yes, thank you. So what would you suggest I would have done with let's say that client?
Well,
who
maybe
went
we
to
can talk
battle?
outside of this part in order to do this, in order to
But
be.
I'm just saying that there comes a point as a coach where I'm not going to do certain things. But at the same time, it was our first consult. So I need to really listen to her. You know, I think I could have said things like, wow, you really have it rough, you know, and empathize with her. I could have done that because I didn't do any of that. I could have empathized with her and really listened, you know, and then see what happens. I don't know, that's what comes to me.
Perfect.
But I was wondering if you had any ideas, like, what do you do after you listen to somebody?
You find out what they want. It's not about you. It's about them.
Okay.
See, some people have different things than you, different wants than you. Some people want only money. Other people want relationships. And if you want only money and they only want relationships and you put your paradigm in the way, you're not serving them. You need to find out what they want. Find out what they want. Ask questions. Have this book here. Burn it in your mind. Questions are the answer. Questions are the answer. When you don't know, ask.
Okay. Yeah, so I could have asked her more questions. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you. All right. Anybody else? All I can say is that if you're here, Miu is very selective. And so I appreciate her a lot. And if you're here, it's because you have all that is necessary to succeed. Continue to do what you're doing. People are waiting for you. The message that you have, people are waiting for it out there because you're the only one that can deliver it to them to actually make a difference in their lives. I encourage you to continue because we're all entrepreneurs here from what I've seen. And if we ask everybody, how's it going? Well, it says, it's going great. But we all have struggles and challenges. And some of you might be even thinking of quitting. Don't continue. Put your head down, seek help, find out from others, create your own desire, get your want. What is it I want? Get emotionally involved with this is going to drive you. What works for your prospects to find out their wants, create desires out of it, will work for you. What is it that you really want? And then create a burning desire out of this. And you will take actions that will change your world and the worlds of people that you are around with. I thank you so much for this time. I appreciate this opportunity. And yes, Miu, back to you.
All right, well, you know, we're waiting for the next speaker and she hasn't popped on yet. So you have a bit more time until she gets on.
Okay, so any other thoughts or questions or things that you want me to roll into as far as paradigms, as far as anything?
Sandy would like more contact information.
More contact information. Miu, are you the one that does that for, or do I just put it in the chat? I don't want to do anything. I want to be in line. I'm a good little boy, meaning you tell me what to do and I do it. I don't want to, you know.
Well, you can just, put your contact information if you want.
Okay. Okay, sure. Excellent. Anybody else has got some questions or thoughts that they may have? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. So my guy just created this thing, a link tree. So there's many things you can click on that. You can get a hold of me on LinkedIn. François Lupien is my name.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for your time, Francois. And that was so valuable. We're ready for the next speaker, and who she is like I said, we have amazing speakers today, and the next person is just one of those people. And let me find her. There she is.
Thank you, everybody. Much appreciated.
Just hold on. All right, this is Carla Cherry. She is the owner and CEO of Carla Cherry Productions. She's also the former executive producer for Larry King, and she is a powerhouse of making your offer shine like no one else. Welcome, Carla.
Hi, Mew. Hi, everyone. Happy Monday. So great to see everybody. And thank you so much for that introduction. And it is wonderful to be here. Thank you so much for this honor. Today, I'm going to be sharing about category of one. Can everybody hear me? Wave if you can hear me. Awesome. I see some familiar faces. Hi, Sandy. Hi, Margot. Today, I'm going to be talking about category of one, how to create yourself into a category of one. So there are a lot of people put emphasis on branding, and branding is important, but I want you guys to think of creating yourself into a category of one. So let's talk about personal branding versus category of one. So personal branding comes from a place of attraction, sort of like the look at me, you know, pretty colors, you've got geometric shapes, you've got resume mode, right? So if you're in resume mode, like here's the reason why I'm the personal one, I'm the one to pick for this job, like resume mode, versus category of one, which is having the guts to create yourself into your own category, not paying attention to the competition, not sitting there worrying about what the competition is doing, but literally creating yourself into a category of one. So if you're going to take the time and the effort and invest out the money into creating yourself and creating a business for yourself, I invite you today to think really big. I invite you to stretch your limits and to think of yourself into a category of one. So I'm going to go into this in depth, but I want to use a couple examples. Who here, like if you think of Oprah, who obviously created herself into a category of one, there is no other Oprah. Can you right now think of her branding colors? Probably not, right? But it's not what Oprah came to do. She did not sit there and worry about what her logo was, right? Oprah had the courage in, I believe, the 80s to open herself up and say, hey, this was my experience. These were my vulnerable experiences as a child, and open the conversation. She created vulnerability while Brene Brown was in middle school, I believe. So let's talk about that. Like she had the courage to really go and do something different and use her own personal voice and share her own personal experiences. So there's Oprah. Now, also, I want you to think of Nike, right? Nike did not become Nike because it had a cool check mark as a logo, right? That's not why you think of Nike. Nike became Nike because Michael Jordan loaned his greatness to Nike, okay? Michael Jordan came to Nike, or I mean, he was invited, obviously. So you don't think of Nike, you know, he didn't put on the shoe first. He created greatness in his own category of one. He created his own category of one and then put on the shoe, right? And so that's why you think of Nike. He levitated it. So the question is, and the question I want you to ask yourself is, how do I become great? Like, I want you to really open that up yourself and like, think about it. How do you become great? Now, I'll tell you that you don't become great overnight, right? It's not like, first you do have to make the decision to do that, but then it's putting in the time and the consistency. Consistency is not hard. It just takes time, right? So let's talk about category of one. So I don't want you to worry about your competitors. I don't want you to worry if someone's going to steal from you or copy you. Be flattered if they do, right? Because you took the time to stand up and say that you are going to step into your greatness. Now, What people cannot ever take from you is your energy. They can never take from you your story. And they cannot take from you these three things. And I'm going to go into this in depth. Okay. So number one is your willingness to bring solution where there is no solution. Your willingness to find the gaps and fill in the gaps where nobody else was willing to go in terms of the solution that you're providing for your clients. Okay. Number two is you using your voice. Look in the mirror. There is no other you. That's it. You got one voice. You got you. Okay. So I want to encourage you to open your voice and to care deeply about your clients. I want to invite you to care deeply about your clients and use your voice and your content and your messaging to express this. And number three is to over deliver value. And that starts with hello. So, and I'm going to go into depth with all three of these things. Don't worry. So creating an ecosystem from the moment you say hello until all the way to the moment that you deliver your product. I want you guys to think of Disney. Everything that you touch around Disney has a Disney stamp to it, right? Like you're in Disney's ecosystem when you're in Disney's ecosystem. Like I want you guys to think about how you're creating your ecosystem from the moment you say hello to somebody on a meeting like this, all the way through until your complete product completion and delivery, okay? And so you're gonna over deliver value in the sales call, in the content delivery, and especially in the product delivery. Okay, so we're talking about category of one, how to become a category of one. So let's get into it. So going further into the solution and finding gaps where no one even is looking. So category of one, I want you guys to think of the one problem that you solve for somebody. You solve one core problem. What is keeping them up at night? What is the crisis that they're having? What is the conversation that's keeping them up at night in their head? If they don't have that, your problem that you're solving may not be strong enough. You want to make sure that this problem is keeping them up at night. Okay, so you're going to bring a core solution to them. And then I want you to think of all the satellite problems around that core solution, centered in that core solution. Okay, that is becoming a category of one. You're thinking of the satellite problems where they might not even thought they had problems, or you brought it to their attention before they even thought of it. So you're thinking of all angles, no stone unturned. Okay, so it's what I brought to the table is Power Offer. This is one of my products, is a Power Offer. And what that is I'm going to help you with your pitch. Okay, so let me give you an example. My client's problem was they didn't know how to convey their value. They have this great service, but they can't convey their value. They have this wonderful thing that they know is life-changing, but how do they convey their value? How do they get that across in a pitch, in a meeting, in a sales call, right? So what I did is create a Power Offer for them, which includes an audit. I teach them how to do their sales call, their pitch, their offer, how to make it a power offer, and how to deliver, how to even create a webinar if they need that. So no stone unturned, right? And how to convey your value. That's an example. Another example is a marketing client. She does Google Ads. Okay, you do Google Ads. What does that say? Well, you do Google Ads, you get them on the front page of Google, you teach them geotagging, you help change their photos every 2 weeks so that their Google ad page, Google My Business is fresh and they stay at the top. You create a video, you power partner up with somebody that does video to make sure their videos are great. No stone unturned. Boom, you're going to stay at the front page of Google if you're that person's client. No stone unturned, right? Let's see if I can think of another example. A new first-time mother going into give birth for the first time. What is her core problem that's keeping her up at night? She's afraid that she's not informed as she could be. What are the high stakes of that? Oh, what if I go into birth and I didn't have the information and something goes wrong? High stakes, right? That's keeping her up at night. So as a solution, you create a birthing plan that has backup A, backup B, and backup C, right? And for that new mother, you're offering full support because they want full support pre, during, and after the birth. You're teaching that new mother how to feed the child, everything that could possibly go wrong, and a complete dictionary of things that could go wrong, and full support by Voxer. Boom. Right? Category of 1. Who else is doing that? Category of 1. Okay, so no stone unturned, thinking of the gaps where nobody else are thinking and filling it with solution. This is part of being a category of 1. So you must know your client like a sister. If you don't know your target client right now as well as you know your sister, you got more research to do. Okay, you need to find out their fears, their wishes, their desires, their hidden fears. What is the overall transformation they want? All of it, so that you can speak to them. And if you're not quite sure how to do that, I do offer a VIP research where I teach my clients how to do go put them through a research model so that they can extract that information, because you are going to need that information in terms of the sales psychology. You want to know their fears, their greatest desires, their hidden fears, their overall transformation that they want, and the things that they are avoiding that they think are hard to get to that overall transformation. Where are they staying stuck? So you want to put the time in to research, because if you're going to bring a solution where nobody else is bringing a solution and you're filling gaps where nobody else is filling gaps, you need to know what the gaps are, what that research is. So number 2 is using your voice. Using your voice. Caring deeply about your client's success and your future clients. Everybody in your audience, everybody watching your video, think of them as your future client, right? And you want to get across through the screen or through your writing that you deeply care about them. I want you guys to think about Mel Robbins. When Mel Robbins talks, do you not feel like she's talking directly to you? I feel like me and Mel Robbins are besties. I've never met her. I mean, how many people here feel that way about Mel Robbins? Like, she's doing it, right? She is deeply caring for her clients, future clients, her audience through the screen. Like, she's talking directly to you. She's not talking in third person. She's not giving random examples. She's directly, deeply caring about you. And I believe that she does. She's on a mission, right? So building a direct, deep connection through your messaging and your content is very important. Now, this doesn't happen overnight. You have to put the time in, you guys. You have to put the time in for this. And you have to be willing to fumble before you fly. You have to be willing to look stupid. You have to be willing to write something that doesn't land. You have to be willing to write something with one earring in. Oh, shoot, I forgot the earring. Who cares? Right? Fumble before you fly. So this is where a ton of entrepreneurs fall off, because they get imposter syndrome. Who am I? Who am I to say this? Who am I to bring this message to the world? Well, I'm here to tell you, who are you not? Like, are you here for a reason? Are you just hanging out? Ask yourself that. If you have cured yourself of an incurable disease, seemingly incurable, told by the mainstream whatever channels, and then you figured out how to bring your body back to homeostasis and you're healthy, who are you not to share that with your fellow humans? If you have figured out something on tech even, and somebody else is struggling with that, who are you not to share that with? Other people, right? We're here to share. So I invite you to push through that piece and be willing to fumble before you fly. Be invested in your audience. Be invested in their success. It's not just about you. It's about being invested in their success and being willing to say, hey guys, I tried X, it didn't work. I failed. Here's where I failed. Don't do that. Save yourself some time, you know? It's okay. People want to see it. People want you to be invested. Be invested in their wins, all right? So number 2, I'm only on 2. Using your voice, dig down and make it bigger than you. So are you on a mission? Like, that's what I want you to ask yourself. Like, what is your mission? If you don't know your mission yet, spend the Saturday, spend an hour, figure out your mission. What are you here to do? Right? What are you here to do? And if you can make it bigger than you, then it'll be easier to share. Then it'll be easier to go, you know what? It doesn't matter if I fumbled. It doesn't matter if I look stupid. It doesn't matter if that didn't come out perfect. I'm here for this fill in the blank bigger mission. And just get one. You can change your mind. If you can always change your mind on what your mission is. It's going to morph anyway. By the way, everything you do in, if you guys haven't figured this out already, in entrepreneurship is organic. It changes. Like what you're doing right now is different than last week, which is different than last year. It's going to change anyway. All right. So also I want you to congratulate. Here's the trick that I learned along the way is saying, this is going to sound so simple, but it's really big, is saying good job to yourself. Like it's such an easy, simple way to boost your own brain. Good job. It's like your inner child feeds on it and loves it. Good job. Like when you do something small, like good job for picking out a wonderful lunch for me today. Thanks, Carla. Like you got to say your name, right? Good job for figuring out how to get on that scheduler and post your social media. Good job. I know that was challenging and you did it anyway. Good job. Fill in your blank, fill in your name. It's a huge booster. If you can do that to yourself 5 times a day, and you will sound silly and you may feel like you're talking to a child, but you are. You're talking to your inner child. Do yourself a favor. It really boosts you up. So your voice is the strongest tool in the toolbox. So here's the thing. If you're not practicing sharpening your voice and getting yourself out there and posting and writing and sharing conversations, then you're not sharpening your strongest tool. Nobody can describe what you do better than you. So I invite you to put that time in. Invite you to put the time in to sharpen the tool, your tool in the toolbox. All right, that's number 2. So do you know what happens when you put hours and hours of time describing yourself, what you do? Putting yourself out, putting your content out, sharing your content with the world. You get better and better, right? You sharpen it and the consistency happens and that builds you along your road to greatness. Okay, so number 3, I want to talk about over delivering value. How are we doing on time, you?
You have 13 minutes.
Okay, I have 13 minutes. I might end early and do Q&A because you know I'm all about some Q&A. Okay, so, well, just to put a button on sharpening your voice, when you get better and better at describing what you do and you spend more and more time with your content, your words hold stronger weight. Your words hold stronger weight, right? You get more and more confident. Nobody can give you confidence but you, and you have to go through the trees to get through the trees. You have to put in the time, the consistency, okay? So give yourself that gift. Number 3 is over delivering value. We're talking about category of 1. I'm gonna take a sip. This is a energy drink, not a White Claw. People ask me that all the time. Okay, so over delivering value. People talk about the know, like, and trust factor. I want you guys to think about the guide, being a guide, okay? Consider yourself a guide. I want you to think right now about your business and about your business as an ecosystem. Your business is an ecosystem. You have a customer journey from hello all the way until the time that you deliver a product, the final delivery. You're creating an ecosystem, okay? And I want you to think about guiding your client each step along the way. They want to feel guided. And if you don't have a process where you're guiding them, then they don't know, like, and trust you as much. Okay, so in terms of guiding, think of your pitch, your sales call, and your delivery. All right, These are all places where you can guide. Now, let's take your sales call, for example. Everybody's always afraid. I don't want to seem salesy. No, you don't. Don't be salesy. In your sales call, one way that you can do it is you can guide them and say, like, for example, with my power offer, I did power offer audit. I would say to people, jump on a call with me and I'm going to guide you. I'm going to give you an offer and I'm going to give you feedback, high level feedback on your current offer. And I do that. I listen to their offer. I give them high level feedback, whether or not they become my client or not. That's me guiding them. That's me sharing my knowledge, sharing my expertise, deeply caring about them. And if they become my client, wonderful. If they don't, they go along their merry way, further along than they were, right? So I'm guiding. And when I'm going through the sales call with them, I say, here's how this call is going to go. Is that okay with you? I get buy-in. I get buy-in on the call. I'm guiding them through. This is what's going to happen next. People love that. They feel safe when they feel guided. If you don't have that in place and you just get on a call and go, okay, I guess we're just going to talk about, we'll just talk. Then it's not they're not in your world. They're not in your ecosystem. Now you're just chatting. And that's okay if that's what you want to do. You just want to meet somebody, great. But if it's a potential client, you want to guide them through and over deliver the value. So support is a huge one for category of 1. Most people want to feel supported, right? You can tell them every single thing about your system, your signature method. You could tell them exactly how to do it, but guess what? They want to feel supported. They want your support. And where you can offer support where no one else is offering support will boost you in your category of 1. One way to do this is, for example, Voxer. Who's familiar with Voxer? So Voxer, I'm just giving you guys an example. Voxer is like a message app where you don't have to give your phone. You're going through, it's like a walkie-talkie. That's what they say. It's like a walkie-talkie app. So you could say my Voxer hours are Tuesday and Thursday from 11 to 1. Reach out to me. You can give them certain hours, extra support. That's where you can offer extra support in your ecosystem with boundaries so that you're not being drained. It's creating a solution where there is no solution. Okay. World-class delivery. Are you setting goalposts? Right? You don't want to say my program's in 10 weeks, 6 months, a year without saying, at this point, we're going to hit this goal. At this point, we're going to hit that goal. Where are you in your goals? Where are you with these goalposts? Like, let's do check-ins. Your client is a human. They have emotions. They're going to have breakdowns before they have breakthroughs. You know, do the check-ins. How's it going? Are you hitting your goals? Let's make sure that you hit this goal. If not, I'm with you and we're going to do this together. Right? Another way for category of 1, name and claim. Name the streets in your ecosystem. Name your signature method. Put names to it. Make it fun. What's the vibe? What's the vibe of your program? Right? Where you can add nomenclature, add nomenclature. This is your ecosystem. They're in your world. Yeah. So in terms of consistency, I just want to end on this and then I'm gonna do Q&As. In terms of consistency, this is where a lot of entrepreneurs fall short. Okay, you can have the best offer in the world, you can have the prettiest email sequence, you can have the fanciest funnel, but if you're not showing up daily in a consistent manner for yourself, you will fall off, especially in putting your thoughts into the world. If you want to be a thought leader, you got to put your thoughts into the world consistently. Get on video so people feel like they know you before they even talk to you. Bank credibility, put value into the market. Bank on that credibility before they even get on the phone with you. And also be consistent in your outreach. be ahead of the game in terms of outreach, right? And if you're falling short in either of those categories, I do want to put out there that I have an accountability group where we meet together every single day at 8. We work on our goals together as well as our outreach accountability, because that's the one place that people fall short is their consistency, because imposter syndrome gets in the way, your schedule gets in the way. Are you running your day like a boss, or is it running away from you? That's the question I want you to ask. If you're interested in that, direct message me and I will be happy to share more information about that. Happy to jump on a call. And now I'm happy to answer any questions about this talk. I love Q&As.
There's a message for you, Carla.
Oh, sorry, I'm bad about watching the chat.
I know you well.
Thank you. What is the best way you recommend to do the research on all those aspects? Okay, so I do a VIP day where I show you my whole entire methodology. If you're interested in doing that, I will teach you that. Direct message me on that because it's too much to get into in this call. But the things that you're looking for, if you want to do it yourself, is their desires, their fears. What do they want most? I'm not sure who asked that question. If you want to raise your hand, let me know.
Colleen? Uh-oh. Shoot.
Hello, sorry, I'm here. Yeah, I was just hoping that you could, further elaborate a little bit. I know one platform that I've used is Answer the Public, I think .com, as far as research, but I wasn't sure if you had any other, deeper dive on that.
Deeper dive is talking to your target.
Okay, yeah, talking.
Yes, I mean I won't go into deep detail about that because I do a specific VIP day just on that.
Sure.
So if you're interested, then I can do that with you. But in terms of research, it's you've got to know more about your client. So obviously you can talk to your current clients, you can talk to your past clients. You can research your field.
Wonderful.
Thank
you, Carla. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Any other questions? Thank you, Sandy. Don't be shy, you guys. Who here feels like they have a category of 1? Or who here? Okay, yeah, let's see. All right, awesome.
Well,
so
it's an opportunity for anybody to do a quick hack because Carla is really good at making it work. Really.
I have a question.
Yes, Margot.
Okay. So lately I've been spending a lot of time on LinkedIn, and I have learned that there are these fabulous people there who are passionate about the same thing that I'm passionate about. And I know that this is wonderful because that means there's an audience.
Yes.
And I do think, I think I can eke out what I do differently than they do, but again, it's like, if you're the only person in the world that cares about this particular thing, you can be a category of 1, but nobody cares. So how do you take that balance between being part of all of these other wonderful things and contributing to them and getting information from them and still be a category of 1?
So it starts with the problem you're solving. Great question. So what is you want to figure out the main core problem that you're solving, make sure you're solving a problem that's keeping people up at night. So it wouldn't just be like general ageism. It would be, what's the problem? What's the problem that's keeping people up at night in your category? Like your target.
Okay. And okay.
You got to find that problem first and make sure it's a really strong one. Like that's why I say that's keeping them up at night. Like what is the problem that they specifically want to get solved? So it's one thing to just talk about it and to inform and educate the general public. It's another thing to help your very specific target solve a very specific problem.
And can you but then talking about that very specific problem for your very specific audience with these other people who are doing this broader thing, then that's okay, right? That doesn't like.
Oh yeah, I would invite you to shut the noise off and not worry about what anybody else is doing, and figure out what your problem is that you're solving, and then how to make that better. For example, okay, well, tell me what's the main problem that you're solving? We'll start there.
People
for your
being,
target.
Well, fear of aging is a big one, but I specifically with the product that I have now, it's fear of where they're going to live or how they're going to live without having everybody else help them, something they can afford, figuring out what it is they want, being targeted by a lot of marketing and a lot of people who think they know better what they want than that kind of thing. Am I making sense?
Yes, you are. So you're like a concierge providing a final chapter playbook.
Oh, wow.
Carla's really good.
And then you say, I'm going to hit every single chapter in this book. I'm going to nail boom, 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 all their fears, and put them in chapters.
Wonderful. Thank you, Carla, Margot. We are ready for the next speaker, Lee. I'm going to replace the pin.
Thank you,
Hello,
guys.
Lee. So Lee is a TEDx speaker, a TEDx Youth Assistant Head Coach, published author for the memoir, I Did Not Miss the Boat. It's a story about a lot of Vietnamese refugees. Her triumphant refugee story is a testament of self-discovery, courage, and resilience in overcoming adversity. She works with people and corporations to transform mediocrity to opportunity in challenging times or in lackluster times. Welcome, Lee.
Thank you, Mel. Wow. Hello, everyone. Such an honor to be such a powerful group and panel today. I can't wait to share with you what is networking. And I know that every single one of you on the screen right here have a gigantic network behind you. And how do you work to take that to the most advantage? Coming from a background very, very chaotic, let me share my screen and we're gonna go from there. So yes, I am a speaker, I'm an author, I am a coach, yes, all those accolades, but no one knows that I came from a very timid background. I was fearful of speaking, especially with authority, and even my own father. So that was a long journey, a very treacherous and a very bumpy journey for me to realize it. But like every single one said today, right? The power of one, your paradigm, and your charisma. Once you start discovering that, the sky is the limit. And it took me a while to discover that. So from a refugee, I want to share with you, this is how far I have been gone from my background. At 16, I was a refugee, running away from my own country with my family. And 3 years ago, this is just recently, in between, there's a bunch of accomplishment. I'm not going to go into that because we have only limited of time. I become a TEDx speaker. And once I discovered that, I went a step further to be an author and now a speaker and a coach. And none of those would have happened without my network supporting me. So I want to share with you that don't underestimate your network. And to give you a little bit of the background, I want to share with you my story. I am Chinese, a typical family from a very typical, ordinary family in Southeast Asia. Now, my grandparents and my dad migrated to Vietnam because of war and famines from China when he was 3. And it took him 40 years to build up a life that gave us a very comfortable lifestyle. I have to say, in Vietnam, there's a lot of other issue, but I never felt like I was lack of anything. Obviously, that was before the communists. 1975, the tank rumbled the street of Saigon. And my family, just like every single family in South Vietnam, was shocked. Their world was changing upside down from there ever. At the time, I was only 12. Moving into a teenager years, that was not easy. Now, I told you I'm Chinese. So we kept that Chinese tradition. We remained very close-knit with our Chinese community. My dad didn't speak Vietnamese until he was much, much, much older. So networking was something that I have been watching my parents did all their lives. And I went to a Chinese school, and at 12, when the communists come in, like I said, everything was chaotic. It was the uncertain times. Things that have changing, and you don't know who to trust. Have anyone written 1984 from George Orwell? Yes. Except this was not in a book. That was in real life. 1984 was imposing at 1975 in South Vietnam. And all the literature in my school have changed. People you thought you trust, your neighbor, you can't. Because it turned out they were the Viet Cong under disguise. You don't know who's our friends or who's our foes. So building a networking at that time was so critical. Now, I show you the boat here. So that was the family on the left, and I was the oldest. And that was the picture we taken in 1978, a year before we fled Vietnam. And that's my parents and my 4 other siblings. Now the boat was just a very symbol that's to show you. That was not my boat. Quite not a love boat, I don't think. My boat was actually twice as big and 3 times as crowded. And when the communists took over, like I said, 4 years, I have lived in the environment of big brothers watching you every single move. They confiscated my home. They become practice. There's a system that they trying to take out all the capitalism. And my family was targeted. Actually, a lot of Chinese family was targeted. And it's at the point that my dad knew that there was no future for us. If we stay there, all of his children will become illiterate. Coming from China, no more than a 3rd grade education. That's all he ever wanted. His children to have an education. And he would do anything to give us that. And that's including risking the lives to search for freedom out in the open sea. Now, I want to share with you this because it's not easy just to jump on the boat and it just set sail, right? There's a lot of things that why Ukraine people are just left. It's got to be some sort of strategic, or sometime you are at the last rope, you have to do what you need to do. But we did have time, and it took my dad a whole year orchestrating an underground network to build a boat. Now, at that time, Vietnam was having a conflict with China. So they really targeted the Chinese people because they thought that we were the spy. Some of them, they couldn't figure out who that they could trust. So they targeted the whole Chinese population. But lots of people lost their possession. Lots of people have actually missed the opportunity because they got caught after they jumped into a boat, or they got conned and lost all the money. So my dad took the time to investigate, and he went out and solicit like 5 investors and a bunch of navigators and captains and people to come in to help him get this mission about building a boat. And obviously, I don't know how much you know about communists or small countries. Everything can be done if you bribe them. And being a business person in Vietnam, my dad was really good in that, and so was my mom. And they bought their way. But still, hundreds of people, they're gonna load on this boat. Thousands of secrets. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? I can't even keep a secret with my sister or my friend, let alone life-threatening secrets that they have to keep in order to save their lives. But they did it. The boat was built, and the plan was about 350 people. And on the day that they got on the boat, it was 502. You know why? Because every time a secret leak, they have to put that person on board. And everybody was scrounging for information, how to get out of the country. So networking is something that I have seen my dad and my mom built in Vietnam. Trust is a huge word in Chinese. Confucius is always emphasized on the integrity and trust. We didn't have social media, Google to check out that person's profile. We didn't have any of those. You know, the only thing you do is you trust by word of mouth and by the people that you know might or might not harm you. So that was the refugee camp. Because of time, I couldn't tell you a lot, but I did give my talk at the TEDx talk. If you're interested in hearing my whole story, you can go to the TEDx. So after, in 1979, May, after a hurdle of a whole year, my dad did get 502 people out to the open sea. And on the sea, we were pirated 4 times. 4 times in 7 days. And many times, we didn't think we made it. And I had witnessed a woman being strip searched by the pirates in front of everyone. I was 16. It was terrifying. I was at the point that hold on to the guardrail and think that if they touches me, I would have jumped. And this is the problem of refugee that risk their lives. And many of us felt the stigma to us, and we didn't tell the story. We didn't speak. And until I started to write my memoir 2 years ago because of the pandemic, and I didn't have any better things to do because I was chained at home with my desk, and the story that was on my back for 15 years finally found a way to get out of my pen. And I was searching on Google, and I saw this picture. This was actually the islands that my family stay on. And some reporter from Canada did a snip of the YouTube and had a picture that show how crowded this remote island has been occupied by refugee. 20, 30,000 of people keep coming out. And I think you're going to have a little hard time to find me in there. I was not actually in there. I was in the hut in my house because my dad was very protected, and I was not allowed to wandering around out on the beach at all anyway. So I want to say that everything we did was through networking. That's how it got us out of Vietnam. Now, by show of hand, or if you can put it in the chat, what do you think networking help you? If there's anyone who is willing to just, I can't see the chat, so that could be a problem. So the first thing is you get support, because no man can walk alone, right? Many of us have counted on our families, our friends, our co-workers, our associates, our business friends to support us. And also accountable, help us achieve goals. The networking is golden. It helps us in so many ways. And in my case, in that scenario, you need to be able to trust people and networking people enough that people are willing to give you the gold bar so you can get them onto the boats and take them out of the ocean and rely on them to keep the secret. It's a survival skill. It's not just the merely making friends or something, business matter. But this is the networking that is life and death. And obviously, we all gonna die together, or we all gonna get free together. So save life was a really important factor at that time. And then once we get out, we can all thrive. But I wasn't thinking of any of this when I was young. All I did was just merely understand why my dad had to go to the extent to talk to people in open, in secret. There's so many deals to be made to get a successful destination, to get a successful goal to be achieved. And as I grow older, I wonder how does that networking become your net worth? Have any of you thinking about that? I mean, do you even considering your network as your net worth? How does it help you? It helps you to enlarge your circle of influences. I can't know everybody else I want to know, but there's only 6 degrees of separation, right? We know that. And they even do a study on that. And it's very important because you don't know so-and-so, but your friends' father-in-law might know them. If you have a large circle of people that you know, it will increase your resources. You can always tap into anyone. I loved this because when I was getting out of my corporate and I started a business, and I was really afraid of going out and networking. The only thing I networked was inside my trade. I went out and learned everything I could about the industry that I was in, which is at the time custom window treatments, interior decorating. And I know every designers, I know every workroom fabricators, but I was so nervous to go out because why? Because it's not safe, right? You go outside of your industry and you feel like, ooh, what if they don't accept me? What if they don't know me enough and they're not that friendly? And so you keep it to yourself. And that was the flaw that I learned. And I didn't have a lot of resources. But then I joined the networking group, BNI's Le Tips. Why? Because I hire a coach. Yes. I felt like there's so many things we can learn out there. And even my coach was a big time marketing person. And even she was outside networking nonstop. Who am I not to? So I did. Slow, small step. I went out and networking with my potential clients. And you might think that, oh my goodness, you have to go find some place that that you know who your clients are. No, you don't. Just put yourself out there. And when you go out networking, you learn a lot from the leaders and the peers and the associate, even different industry than you are. And actually, mindset is a powerful thing. You can always apply the concept of whatever they know or experts at into your own and tweak it, right? There's so many quotes, and I love one quote that Bruce Lee said. It just skipped my mind. I know that he said many great quotes that observe what you like, discard what you don't like, and apply what is uniquely yours. So we all borrow from each other's idea and take the idea that you think that it can imply to your life, your business, and incorporate what is yours. So the only way to learn that is to go out and networking. And guess what? Once you're out there, it's exponentially expose your visibility. You are known. Out of a sudden, you are not a hidden gems anymore because people are talking. Your name will be flowing, surfacing. And then what? You can leverage your power. And I will share with you how I'm leveraging my power at the end of the talk. So where are you going to build your network? And it's everywhere. Like I said, we have built our network since little. With our family, with our cousins, with our friends. We make alliance-ship, or we share stuff. And this is just a few idea, but there's so many more that you can add to this list. I mean, remember pre-COVID times where we're still meeting in person? I was out there bouncing like a rabbit, even though after a few career changes, I didn't have a product to sell, but my goal was to go out and network so people know me and I know people. And I was out there in the Chamber of Commerce. I even go to conferences that, I might have interest in just to meet people. Business association, networking groups. There's tons of them. Clubs, Rotaries, Kiwanis, churches. If you have kids, children in your schools. I volunteer for the homeless shelter. And those are the networking with the volunteers. And even mentoring some of the homeless people. So, you get to learn so much more. And don't discount your workout time. Your gym buddies can be a networking because you just don't know what CEO that they know, who's in their family or their friends that they have a connection with. And I've learned through the art of speaking with Toastmaster. Remember the girl that I told you that was afraid to speak? And those very supportive clubs, organization, they give you a safe space to practice. And I am the person I am today because I'm networking in a safe space and then take that confidence going out to do it in the real life. Now, right now we have more than one medium. More than an in-person. We have online virtual setting. I have known people from Australia, from South Africa, from New Zealand, from all over the world because I was willing to sit on this chair and jump on the Zoom and do a one-on-one or participate in networking group or like this. This is a great platform to get to know all this incredible expert. Reach out to them, learn from them, and also make connection. And the last thing, but not the least, is leverage your power. And how you do that, I will show you that too later. So anything that you can do in person, now we can do it in hybrid or even in virtual. Look at that. We have a conference. We have a panel of experts on Zoom. There's so many ways that we can use on our networking time. And COVID had really sped up the global networking opportunities. And everything here is an opportunity that I want you to grab. There's a book about it. It's not who you know, it's who knows you. And that is so true. There's so many things I didn't initiate myself, but people come to me and gave me an idea because they know me. Somehow they knew me. So there's a picture of me and my friend standing in front of my refugee home. Somehow, I don't know how I got that picture because we absolutely didn't have a camera at the refugee camp. But that was my dirt floor, and that's where I learned the art of networking by sewing and have custom with my friend to help other refugees making clothes for them. And then from networking, I was able to launch a business doing custom window treatment and be a confident speaking and a leader in the industry. And someone that I know when I moved to Florida kind of know my story and tap on my shoulder and say, they need story like you at the TEDx. Why don't you apply? Oh my God, why not? So if she didn't tell me, I probably wouldn't have aware of that. So you see how the networking has really worked in your favor? And then again, like I said, many people have read my book, my memoir, after 40 years, and I finally had the courage to share it with the people. It's through networking. And the 3 points that I want to share with you is I learned from my parents how to get up every day. Get up is the resilience that even you might fail, but you do it anyway. And then show up. Show up is half the success, but show up alone is not enough. You have to speak up. And in the networking group, if you're not speaking up, even if you show up and get up, you will be remaining invisible. So I learned how to speak up. And once I did that, the sky was the limit. And my network become my net worth. Because the people that I support, I help, turn around and help me. But I want to say that always offer help first before you ask for help. And that's how you get return. And sometimes it's not the person that you help gonna help you, but somebody else will do that. So from the power of leveraging, I've launched a video podcast 2 years ago with Sarah M. Remember Sarah, who was on the platform yesterday? Both of us were refugees. I met her once before I asked her to be my co-host on the vodcast. We're doing a featuring about thriving stories. So if you have a story that you would like to share, contact me and we'll put you on the calendar. And that is twice a week, Monday and Thursday, we featuring people's story. And we talk about thriving, even though every month we have a different theme. And that's, I want to feature people, you know what? The leveraging is people come back and return the favor. I have another podcasting with another girlfriend. It's called Fabulous Friday with Ashley, which we help entrepreneur female friends get over their fear and their mindset and productivities. And it's fun. We feature it twice a week. And accountability, always networking to look for people who will walk with you on your journey and also share with you what they and you have in align with and build together. Now, networking also landed me many opportunities to speak. I was a keynote for several events And I just did one last week. This was last year. But because of networking and I kept in touch with the people I made friends with, they remember me. And last but not least, I did not expect this. When you are networking, when you are out there, be visible, people will notice. I was asked to be featured on a magazine next year, spring, which I did not expect. And the magazines will be worldwide in many magazine stands all over the airports everywhere. And it's called She Exists. It's just because I interviewed the magazine owner last year or year before. So you see how the power of networking can really rattle and shake your business and create the net worth that you don't think that you have. I don't have a lot of offering. I have QR code here if you want to connect with me. That is to bring you to the link tree. And I do have a gift to offer you. And I know many people in here are expert speakers, but if you know anyone who would like to have 5 tips to maximize their business through public speaking, they can opt in. Or if you need it, and I can more than happy to connect and talk to you. Thank you, Mil. Sorry I've gone over, but I was in for a minute late, so I didn't. I was just using my time.
Oh, that's okay. That's fine. Well, we're actually going on break right now. We'll be back at 12:30 p.m. PST or 3:30 EST. So no problem. Thank you so much, Lee.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, everyone.
Great. We're going to go to break. Let's see. So I'm going to call you by name, and we could just tell us what you do until we start speaking again in 30 minutes at 1:00 p.m. PST time, which is 4 p.m. EST time. I know we have people from Europe, so they got to do the conversion themselves. So Susan, would you like to unmute yourself and tell us what you do?
Sure, how you doing? So, just getting do I have my mic on? Here we
Yeah.
go.
I love your setting.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, everyone always thinks it's a backdrop, but this is actually my room. I look like a mad scientist. So I'm a sound therapist, and I recently started doing online programs and classes teaching people how to use sound for stress relief and have more joy and happiness in their life.
Oh, wow.
And a lot of fun. I'm really loving what I'm doing.
Nice. Awesome. Well, please put your information in the chat. And what is your best results so far?
Actually, the best results I had a patient that had a stroke, and he had a lot of problems speaking. And after the sound therapy, he said that the words are actually coming to him easier. And after 3 days, he's able to walk without his cane. So I was like, oh my God, I have him on video and everything because I was so excited. So that was my big, amazing thing. And then even with myself, because I had lupus and Sjogren's, and I spent years studying nutrition, which got me walking and better again, but I never got my energy back. And seeing me going from my sister used to call it wet noodle mode, where I was just I couldn't move, to all of a sudden I had my energy back and I was vibrant and me again. And it was just all, working with sound therapy and tuning forks and even my own voice and humming and toning and stuff. So I love teaching people that they have everything they need within them to heal themselves, that you don't need anything outside. We're born with everything that you need. So that's my main passion, is that when I discovered that, everyone's got to know this. It's so easy,
Right. And how long was the session for?
Which one?
The one
with
with the guy walking again?
only an hour.
Oh,
I did. Yeah, it was like a half an hour. I put them on like a vibrating sound table, and then I walked tuning forks on them, and that was it. You know, then each session he was getting better and better.
Okay, well, put your information in the chat and we'll see what there is coming up. What I have is Lynn. Please tell us what you do.
Hello. I help, I've been helping business owners achieve their goals for over 40 years. And now I'm a success coach who specializes in the science of success. So I help entrepreneurs and business professionals achieve success in all areas of their life and their business. And this allows you to work less, earn more without sacrificing anything.
Wow, awesome. You said how many years? 20 years?
Actually over 40 years.
40
In
years.
the corporate world and in my own businesses.
And so what is your best success stories after 40 years?
I don't know. There's so many. Actually, my most recent one is somebody who was a people pleaser. She was always overwhelmed because she was always doing too much. And she learned through coaching, she learned to set her boundaries and do what she loves. And she doubled her income and she's on her way to tripling her income right now.
Nice. All right, please put your information in the chat. Margaret.
I'll be just put a plug in. I'll be speaking tomorrow at 11.
Perfect. Margaret, are you ready? I know she was putting in chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I was just raising my thumbs up for Linda. But I am speaking on Thursday, and I help women around the world reverse type 2 diabetes. And I could say that one of my most successful is a client that I have in Sri Lanka who is a type 2 diabetic, and she her blood glucose readings were in the 200s when we first met, and they're down in the 120s right now, and she has reduced one of her medications. And the challenge with her was that her diet was primarily made up of rice. And as we know, rice isn't particularly good for a diabetic, but her other challenge is that Sri Lanka is bankrupt, and there's hardly any meat. They're surrounded by water, but the fishermen can't afford the gas to go out and get the fish. So there was a real challenge in even developing a program that she could utilize that was good for her diabetes against the constraints of her country. So we're grateful that we've been able to work things out. So thank you. Yes, I speak on Thursday.
Awesome. Christina, you ready? Tell us what you do. You're speaking next, I guess, but still.
Hi, I'm speaking next, so you'll hear more about me. So I'll leave the time for everyone else right now, but I'm an efficiency coach.
See. Let me go through the chat and see who's here. Stephanie Blue, are you here? Oh, she has a sinus thing today. Okay. Sue, did I say Susan before? Did Susan come on?
Yes, I did already.
Oh, I thought so.
Yeah, thank you. That was the first one.
Tara, you wanna hop on?
Sure. I spoke yesterday, but I would like to extend my free gift that I gave to everybody yesterday to anybody here that's new today. I am a graphic designer, a branding and marketing strategist. I help busy, non-techie entrepreneurs and coaches create a strong online presence so they can attract their ideal clients. And I have a cheat sheet and an ebook that goes over 6 strategies on how to do that. And I will drop my link in the chat. It's a simple URL though. It's just avoice.online.
All
That's
right,
it.
I can't tell who else is here. So just feel free to unmute yourself and mention what you do and put your information in the chat. And we'll go on until 1 o'clock. Let's see. Stephanie spoke yesterday. If you want to watch replay, then go watch when possible. Yes, Stephanie did great things. So how does everybody else want to spend their time right now until for the next 20 minutes? I will go gather review. Oh, Jenny, are you on? Let's see, no one out. There's a lot of camera turned off. Oh, Marco, do you want to go on and tell us what you do? There's a new crowd today.
What are safety issues? I haven't found the murder weapon yet. Patrol's looking for it.
Oh, she's not listening. Let's see. Oh, we can just have a chat. Okay, Jenny can't speak for the moment. Well, it's anybody who was listening this morning, was there anything they found valuable?
In line at home while shooting your husband at an intersection across town. That doesn't mean she couldn't have hired.
Well, what I found, okay, there's a lot of people who are listening, but they cannot come on right now. What I found was useful is using, was it Kathy Barrow? She talked about using classical music as a networking opportunity. And I think Christina would have loved it, actually. It was her way. Like she actually played in front of the Pope in a private setting. She was. She also played in front of 3 presidents. She's really good at connecting people together, like leaders in banking industries and stuff like that. And so it's the rich people's secret to networking, where they network with high-end figures, and they don't normally share that how they network. And I was like blown away by that with Kathy and how she does it. If you want information, here's her LinkedIn profile. So I will definitely be reaching out to her. And then what I found also important, anybody can chime in, I'm just filling up space until 1 o'clock, was Lee Tran's power of networking, how her family grew up, well, she grew up in Vietnam before the fall of Saigon, and how the power of networking really helped her and her family to move out of the country. And this is the time when Big Brother was looking, anybody could, be ratting them out and be imprisoned and worst case executed. So she tells the story of networking, how, she saw it with her parents in growing up and how it got them out of Vietnam to escape into the refugee camp. And then she shows the story how it helps her in networking. Now she's in a magazine. I think it's called, her title is I See Me. It's going to be in those international airports just through the power of networking. She was just interviewing the owner of the magazine a year or 2 years ago. And so that's amazing, the power of networking. Let's see who else spoke today. Oh yes, we have Yvonne Silver, and she has started 8 businesses, and she really talks about how she was able to reach 500 million audience members in business, and she changes the conversation from sales to services. Another one we had this morning was Sylvain Haché, another Canadian, and he has made appearances at Chanel. That's the logo that if you go to his LinkedIn profile, there's a lot of logos and I don't recognize them. I know Chanel. And I know the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation because I'm Canadian. So he's made that appearances there, and he's also made appearances at IGA, which is the national grocery store brand in Canada. And on the spot, he crafted in 25 minutes, in less than 25 minutes, Dr. Rainbow's Casey's talk that will be on Saturday. So that was amazing. I think what's after that? We had Francois Lupin, who is a national trainer for Tony Robbins in Canada. So he's based in Ottawa, Canada, the capital. And he has been involved with 2,000 plus in-person events. And he's also a certified Bob Proctor. And what he talked about was really don't think about us, about our services. Think about the other person, what you can do for their person. And it really bypasses our fears, because when we think about ourselves, then it really stops us in our way. There was another speaker, and then what was the last one? Oh, we had also the former executive producer for Larry King, the late Larry King, I should say. And so she talked about really creating a power one, standing out on her own. And she does something contradictory to what people do. I know Latar might contradict with her. She brings out not necessarily the branding. She talks about being the only one. So think about Oprah, where we don't know what her color scheme is, but we know what she stands for. And think about Nike. What does Nike stand for? But actually it was Michael Jordan. Nike gained success because Jordan stood out above the crowd, and because he did well, they put shoes on him. And so Michael Jordan actually elevated the Nike brand. Rainbow, are you still able to, can you talk now? Because she did the coaching with Sylvain Haché, who did the talk. And I think she got a wonderful experience, and I just see the face on her. She's like, oh my God, I got my talk made. So I don't know, I guess she's not there. So if anybody else want to chime in, it'd be great. This is also recorded right now. So let's see, what else is there? Who we have? Else we had. Those were the speakers this morning. And yesterday, Latara talk. Hey, Latara, you can give us an impromptu lesson if you want. We have 13 minutes. You're muted.
Well, I could give another Facebook critique if anybody's open to sharing their Facebook page with me. Would anybody be interested in getting a Facebook makeover?
An audit?
An audit, yes, there we go. Facebook audit.
I used to do that.
Let me grab my my Facebook page.
Would you mind putting your Facebook profile in there as well?
Okay.
Fantastic.
Who is this?
Lynn Tranchel.
Okay.
Okay. And there's your personal profile. Okay, can I share my screen?
Sure.
Okay. All right.
Cool.
Here we are. Da, 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 da. Okay. I love the header. I would actually add something up here in your description for this, because you can put a link here, and you can use this kind of like an about me section and kind of explain what you do and how you help people. I love that you're, ooh, yeah, that's such a great, oh, wow. See, okay, so normally I would say to just get a professional headshot done, but this is actually doing you a great service by having this as your main profile picture, because people see that you're up on stage, you mean business. Wait, where did it go? Okay, there we go. Let's get out of that. Yeah, I love that. Okay. And let me see. This looks like mostly just personal stuff, right? Oh, okay. You have some events that you're promoting here. That's good. Was this a live?
That was a live. I do a live every Wednesday morning.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. And then you promoted this. That's great. Okay. Okay. A little bit of personal, a little bit of promotion. And then it does click to your page. Okay. So now we're on your business page, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Fantastic. And there we go. There's your professional headshot. Again, you can even put something in the description here for this photo. And we have an event. Oh, and that promotes your lives. Perfect. Yeah, you're dialed in.
Yeah, I use Restream.io, and it goes to my Facebook personal, my page, LinkedIn, YouTube, and Twitter. So it goes all of those live at the same time.
Stream.io. Well, that's a little nugget of, I'm sorry?
Yeah, it's Restream, Stream, Restream.io.
There's a little nugget of knowledge that Lynn is dropping for us. That's great.
Really easy to use also. And I do, like the fourth Wednesday of the month, I have somebody come in and do an interview. So you can have two people on at once also.
Oh, awesome. Follow me on TikTok. Perfect. Inspiring quotes. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, you've done a lot of work here. This is great. So let's go back to your, okay. And about the only thing I would do here is, what is your next step? If somebody really loves what you're doing, they watch your videos, what is the next, how do they work with you? What is their next step towards the customer journey? In your world?
There's two. I have a meditation called How to Be a Success Magnet, and I also have complimentary coaching sessions.
Okay. So this is one of the. Oh, okay. So please send me the guide. Perfect. Yes. Okay. This is fantastic. Okay, so Lynn has done a fantastic job of giving you a path to go on once they start getting to know you, because everybody, when they first find out about you, they'll go to your profile and they'll try to figure out what you do and who you are. So you're leading them from your personal profile to your business page, and then from your business page to your website, and then you're offering a freebie so that you get their email address. And that's the perfect flow that you want when you're setting up your social media. So Lynn gets an A+. That's fantastic. Fantastic. Okay. So how do I stop sharing now?
It should say.
Oh, there we go. It was covered up. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
That was fun.
That was great. Well, thank you very much, Mew, for letting me do a little quick demonstration. That was so cool, because we learned something about Restream.io that I didn't know about. So that's fantastic. And that's what we're all here for, to share each other's knowledge and grow together, right?
Well, we have time for one more until 1 o'clock. 6 minutes. I can use mine.
You want me to? Okay.
I can do mine. All right, let me get mine. Here's my Facebook profile. Oh, I know what you're gonna say. It's just a picture of my kids in the front.
Okay. Okay, so let me do this.
All right, I will pin myself.
Screen. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so that's a really cool announcement that you gave. And this thing keeps popping up. Don't you love that? And yes.
I know
There
you're
we
gonna say
go.
that.
Oh my gosh, but look, you got them to click on the photo and then look at what you did here.
It did?
Boom.
Oh, that must be an old ticket.
Oh
Oh,
no.
I didn't think about it. Thank you.
Oh no.
That's an old
You're on the
something.
spot now. But you did something really great because you had a clickable link in the description for your header. But if you want to update your website there, then people are like, what do we do now?
Oh, I totally forgot. Okay. Okay. All right,
Okay.
I did editing. Okay.
Okay, so this is fantastic. You're making an announcement, and then you're sharing these videos of all of the speakers. I mean, that's awesome. What are you using to create the
It's Canva.
Oh, it is Canva. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Very cool. All right, and then we got a couple of actionable steps over here.
Mhm.
We can go to Eventbrite. And here you are. Ooh, okay. 213 followers.
Yeah, apparently there's followers.
And then we got your business page.
Uh-huh.
Or, oh, this is a group. Okay.
Facebook group,
Okay,
yeah.
fantastic. And you have an about section. And this thing keeps popping up. Fantastic.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. Okay.
I totally forgot about the profile picture.
You know what you can also do is you can also put a featured block here that could be a meme with the event information.
That's right. Yeah.
Like one of your little Thrive, like the blocks with the speaker and the event title. You can put that right here in the featured. And so people know what's going on right now in your world.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Oh, why isn't okay?
Oh, am I supposed to have that clickable?
You could make this clickable. See this right here?
Oh,
That right there could lead to your business page.
how could that be clickable?
You just set it up that way. Do you have a business page?
Yeah, website. Oh, business.
Oh, this is a website.
Oh, no.
Right here?
Oh, okay. I get it. Okay.
So I would add a business page on Facebook that talks about your business specifically.
Okay.
And that way that's a clickable link there.
Okay.
Other than that, you're doing a fantastic job.
Okay. Well, we are, let's hop off the screen and let's replace the next speaker. Are you ready, Christina?
Thank you very much.
No problem. Wait. Christina, are you ready? I can't see her.
Yes, I'm ready.
All right. We have here the lovely Christina, and who she is for the last 20 plus years, she's worked in the corporate world, coordinating intentionally and externally as a project and QA manager. She is a certified in personal efficiency and lean and helps people get out of life by living efficiently and work smarter, not harder, as a mom of 4 small kids. Take it on, Christina.
Hello, and I'll begin by sharing my screen. Can you see my screen?
And not yet. There it is.
Yes. My talk today is about working smarter, not harder. So I really look forward to helping and giving you a lot of information. So I'll have to put this one. When we speak typically about time management, people are thinking about time and minutes. But time management is actually life management, how you use your life, how you use your energy. So it's lots more, and it is a way to get to your goals. We all have goals. So this is a way to get to your goals faster. A lot of things affects how you use your time. What we normally see is the time, the clock on the left side. But in the bigger picture, there are a lot of other things. Oh, there is the time, there is the planning, the surroundings, all the personal issues. And I will come back to more of these, but there is a lot more than we see at first. I am going to show you some few slides. But before I do that, I want to check, if the video is all good. So I'm showing you a picture. This one, 2 dots, one is blue, one is red. Can you see which one is the biggest? Just put it in the chat. Yeah. And I can tell you, a lot of you are saying the red is the biggest. In fact, this was a trick question because they are the same size. So why did I use that trick? Because your mindset affects how well you use your time. Because I said which one is the biggest, your mind actually assumed, okay, I have to find one. Some of you may have thought about, they look similar. Okay, I'll look for one. So in everyday life, you will often see how you look on things can affect how you use your time. So if you are, perhaps it could be yourself, it could be a colleague, other ones if they are saying, I don't have the time, I can't find the time, they will never find the time. But if they're on the other hand saying, okay, I want to find time, it's probably a matter of where to find it. But your mindset affects a lot of things. So why do some people get more out of life? It's a combination of technique, structure, discipline, all the technical issues, but it's also about one's time preference and mindset. And of course, a healthy body and mind, which most of you know already. So I'm going to tell you, whatever you read out there in the big world, always adopt and adapt because we're different personalities. We have different preferences. So if someone say, you should do that one, 20 minutes, perhaps 15 minutes is enough, or perhaps 30 minutes. Always regulate to what you think is best for you and try it out. So one question more. How much time can time management help you to gain each day? Now you just put in the chat. How much can it help you in a one day on average? Minutes, hours? What do you guess? We have guesses of 30%, 45 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. The answer is about 1 to 2 hours each day. And this is a big research. It's founded on the big research. And this is on average. But think about this. What if you could gain up to 15 days more a year? It's a lot of minutes. And this is something that can be used whether you work in big companies, professional-wise, or you have your own entrepreneur, own company. It fits. And I've worked in big companies and I've worked now as an entrepreneur. So I can see there are similarities. So time management can really help you to get things done faster, cheaper, and often improve quality. Because if you're more alert, you will make fewer mistakes. Those things correlate. And if you can enjoy the ride while you're going to a goal, that could be a bonus as well. So a question, is being productive always a good thing? And yes, this is a trick question, and I'll answer so you don't have to write in the chat. Being productive is doing a lot of things. Is that always good? Look at this kid doing finger painting on a wall. She is very productive. But if she does that on a wall, the mother should cleanse and do a lot of things. So we, both the daughter and I, have been very productive and doing a lot of things, but we haven't been doing the right things, and we haven't done the task right and being efficient. So when you hear words about time management, there is the words productive, efficient, and effective, and it means different things. So only the real time management people use the differences. Some people mix them up together. So now you can tell the difference and ask them the question as well. So managing time is more than one thing. Who am I? As Mew told, I've been working in big, large financial companies. And I mean, big open landscapes. I also have had own smaller offices. I have worked as a project manager. I've worked with the quality assurance, and I've had certifications experience in a lot of world. My expertise is, in fact, I have joined different techniques from time management world, the lean world, brain research. And as a mom of 4 small kids, and yes, 3 of them are under the age of 4, so I've used a lot of those techniques on myself. That some people call me a powerhouse. No, I know about just how to do different things. If you see the slide I'm showing you now, if you look at it, I'm just going to show you another slide with some brain tricks on it. There is research that says if you make bold in the capital first 3 letters of each word, you can read text faster. It's kind of fun to see. If I'm going back to the old one, it looks like that, long page. So a lot of in the research world has said, why don't people use books that way? So this is a brain technique that can help you read things faster. It's kind of fun. I don't do it myself because people are, what is that about? But it actually helps. So right now I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to use your time wisely and stop time from disappearing. Tip number 1, plan and prioritize ahead. Work in time blocks with massive clarity. Most of you have, or most people should have, a plan for the future. There was a research about with a lot of leaders, only 5% of them had a plan for the next month or the next week, surprisingly enough, and that was in the professional world. To improve focus, you need to plan 1 week ahead and do it the day before. Don't start work in the morning and decide at that time, what am I going to do today? Because then you might have missed your prime time. I'm going to give you a glimpse into how your mind works. How many dots can you see on this page? I'll give you 10 seconds. Just give a guess. There's some good guesses. 30-ish, about 30. But it's not easy to count when they're scattered all over. If I show you the next slide, the same dots, but they are grouped because they relate. I can ask you a question. Is this easier for you to count them now? Yeah, much easier. So you can tell what is going on inside your mind. Is your mind scattered, if I can use that word, with a lot of tasks and they are not grouped, not chunked together? Then you would say, oh, I have to do this and this and this and this and this. But if you can kind of group them together, in some worlds they call it posting. You do a lot of post-it stamps and put them up on a wall and group things together. It kind of helps that you go from an A to B and say, okay, now I'm focused on this group. And you won't forget the rest because you have written them down. So what to do? Choose 1 to 3 tasks as your levered priority. I call them the needle moving task. You have your dreams. What is the important things to get to your dreams? That is what the needle moving tasks is. Do not fill your calendar to the max because there will always be something. Oh, I forgot, or you get interrupted, or a new thing, important thing appears. But if you don't fill it up to the max and you're finished with the things you had planned, you just go ahead with the next priorities. And it is important to know when your prime time is. Prime time, you know, when you're most creative, most energetic. That is the good thing to know. I'm not going to show you this video, but there is a video about the mayonnaise jar. This professor has a glass bowl. In it, he has some golf balls. They are similar to the big, important tasks of your life. He puts them in the mayonnaise jar, and then he fills up with all the other tasks that typically are in the world, like pebbles, like sand. The good thing about this very simple analogy is if you start putting the golf balls in first, you can fit the pebbles and the sand in as well in the same mayonnaise jar. But if you did the other thing around, started with the sand and put in the pebbles, you can't fit the golf balls, the big things in life, in the same jar. So remember that simple analogy when you're prioritizing. Start with the important things in life. The prime time, the best time of day, is good for tasks that is difficult and challenging. I've had clients saying, okay, I know my mornings are the best time of day. Oh, but I have to do the dishes first. And when they're finished with the dishes, they are tired and they perhaps have missed their prime time. So I'm not telling people not to do the dishes, but reprioritize to perhaps do the dishes on an earlier or the day before, something, rearrange a bit. As a famous person said, we either win or we learn. So when you plan, learn from the past. We are not successful at the first time, but we can learn over time, and we learn all the time. Even I have made a lot of learnings in my life. Tip number 2, work focused, do single tasking. And that is about progress before perfection. Cognitive. In your brain, there is a big area that's called cognitive memory. In that area, there is the part of attention, memory, perception, and the logic reasoning. Why am I telling you about this? Because the way your brain works affects how well you use your time. So a good tip, avoid disturbances. I told you about single tasking, having focus. To do that, you have to avoid disturbances. That could be notifications. Have you ever seen people, it could be yourself, where in the down corner on your laptop or phone, it pops up, bim, bim, new message, new message. That, in effect, is a disturbance. I tell about external sources of disturbances. It could be another colleague. Hey, I want to talk to you about something. But it could also be internal. You can interrupt yourself, even though you're sitting home alone. Yeah. That could be, oh, I forgot. Oh, I thought about this one. That is not focused. So there are tips of how to avoid that as well. So we get interrupted by a lot. If we are really focused, you know, complex work, really brain, have to use senses, and you're sitting and doing some typing. If you get interrupted, how long will it take for you to get back into that flow again with really focused? Is it seconds? Is it minutes? Try and guess. That's kind of fun. Days, depending on what it is. If you're past your prime time, it could be days. The answer is, yeah, very precise. 23 minutes and 15 seconds, depending what kind of task it is. So that is a big chunk of minutes just flown by and day. Oh, and there are tips on how to get back into flow quicker than those. But it actually fits, depending, again, on what task you're doing. When you're doing focus, there is a story about a white bear. Some later stories call it pink elephant. If you tell your brain, an example, if you have your phone sitting on your desk and you tell yourself, I will not look at my phone, I will not look at it, I won't see it and see the messages before I'm finished. If you tell that to your brain, you're actually using up brain memory on, don't do it, don't do it. It's like telling kids, don't do it. What do? The brain don't focus on the not, they focus on what's after the not. And that is called brain drain. And that actually takes up some part of your memory that you could have used to focus and implement even more. So if you hear about the word brain drain, that is where it comes from. Also, when you're focused, oh, I'm doing some research. Sometimes when we're doing research, we get addicted to information. So even when you're single tasking, think about, it's good to have information, but sometimes you have to implement as well. Why are people so information addictive? It's quite humanly caused. It is called the dopamine. It's a hormone in your body. So when you get that, oh, that article, I can use that. Later on, you search some more, oh, I can use that. So when you want to implement more things, you need to shift that dopamine kick from getting information towards, now I've done that. Wow, that's good. Oh, I know I've done that. Stacking your wins. So it's about changing where you get your dopamine kick. And then you gain efficiency. Multitasking. Yeah, like I said, don't multitask. But is that always the truth? No, it depends on what task you're doing. If you're doing some cleanup, it is quite right to do some listening to audiobooks or music. That is actually multitasking. And it's also whether it's concurrent or sequential multitasking. A lot of people don't know the differences. If you're doing concurrent, you're doing task 1 and task 2 at the same time. Sequential is doing task 1, and then you do task 2, and then task 3, and then task 4. But the important thing, if you don't have breaks between the one task A and task B and task 3, your mind is still thinking about the task you just did. So you're brain draining yourself. So you're not as efficient as you could be. So what to do? Remember brain breaks. And it doesn't have to be a long break. Don't tell your employers or your bosses, but a brain break could be 10 seconds just to think about, relax, think, looking out of the window wherever you want to look, and doing something else just for a short while. Tip number 3, audit your task and time, and you decide the pace and the journey. I call about the 4Ds. All of our lives it consists of habits. Carl Jung said a lot of years ago, it's important to make the unconscious conscious. When I do time audits with my clients, they suddenly, oh, I wasn't aware I was using that much time. What did I do? Why did I do it? So it's about being aware of why you're doing it. So this is an example of a client. She has a lot of work, task areas, bills, work, diet, gym, what to do. Some of those people are even feeling overwhelmed. But with focusing on how you use the time, use the 4Ds. It's called delete, delay, delegate, or diminish. I'll take it through one at a time. Delete. When you're in front of a task, focus on, could you delete it? Is it necessary to do it all? Or perhaps you could put it down on your not to-do list. It could also be possible for you to delay it. If your boss comes, oh, I want you to do this task, then you could say, well, I'm focusing on that area tomorrow. I will do it then. That is scheduling later. You're not saying to no one, I will never do it. It's just a matter of time chunking, focusing on areas. So your schedule is not looking like this, and scattering your brain all over. Focus. Delegate. When your business grows or when you have a lot of work to do, you need skills from others. And it's actually good when you say, I can't do everything myself. I want input from others or help from others. So delegate. The last D is about diminishing. Work smarter, find alternatives. Could it be automated? Like a Leadmatic, could it be automated that the system sent it out instead of you doing it manually? And about the progress before perfection, I myself have been a perfectionist a lot of years, but it's not about I'm not doing a good enough job. No, it's about letting go of 100% the first time. Perhaps I can use and do a job 80% and improve later. So it's all a matter of mindset. Oh, there's the mindset again. And even if you improve just 1% each day, only compared to yourself, over time, that will end up to a lot. So these are the 3 tips I want to share with you today. And there are a lot of tips. And yes, you will get the slides. I've been talking about how you use your 24 hours. Now I'm going to focus on how you use your clients' time better and how you can help. Because you can actually help your clients to implement their habits faster and give them things that helps the process. How? By helping them to remember what you teach them and making it easier to implement. Okay, show me. Some of the examples is make them write notes, do the exercises when you are there. Then they're able to ask, oh, I didn't understand that, how to do. You can also make visual and audio highlights they can use themselves. Between sessions. Oh, I want to hear that again. I wanted to see the replay of that one. Why I mentioned both the video and the audio? Because clients as well as ourselves have a preference. Some people are auditory. They want to listen to things. They want to hear stories. Some people are more like, I want to do, I want to feel, I want to dance. And some people are visual. A lot of people are visual. They like to look, they like to watch. And when they only hear things and there's nothing for them to see, they don't retain so much knowledge. I'm not going into details with this Bloom's taxonomy, but it's a good way of thinking. It is good to get your clients and yourself higher up in the pyramid, but it's not a purpose to get them up on the top. But if you start at the bottom, how to make the clients remember more? Make visual presentations like excerpts, workbook, one-pagers. Make them understand things. You've often been used to, you can ask questions. Perhaps you could ask them questions, like a reverse Q&A. Apply things. That is implement, make them do homework, and you can help them afterwards. So there are a lot of different input to different stages. I've been used to, in my professional life, making one-pagers. It is not a substitute for real documentation, but it's a way of highlighting. These are 3 different examples of a one-pager. One-pager is a front and a back. And this is one front and a back from a 6-hour workshop. And people could just, oh, this man said this, and there's a highlight, yes. And this one, I have tips on how to plan, how you work, how you improve. It's an easy way to people to remain and go back. Oh, some people have even said about 2,000 people like the one on the left and said, oh, even though I didn't attend the workshop of 6 hours, I can still get some knowledge out of it. And then I can watch a replay if there is a replay. I'm going to end this with a little good question. Can you name 2 days in a year when nothing can be done? Only 2 days. And if you don't have any idea, that's okay. Yeah, someday, Christmas and New Year. And yes, it is Dalai Lama who said, the 2 days when nothing can be done, one is called yesterday and the other is called tomorrow. So when you're doing your planning, when you're doing your work, do something in the present. Live, enjoy life. You can make tomorrow easier by doing something today. So that is a good thing. But you can't live in the future. You can't live in the past. But you can learn from the past and you can affect the future. So what is good? Do you want to say you have lived your life or you have just existed? I want to live my life. And that's why I focus and have learned so many years on how to use my time better. And I love to help other people's. So this is a question you can use for yourself. Do you want to live your life or just exist? So what's next? It's good to improve your use of time. I can help you with the skill sets and the mindsets in many cases, either with yourself or with your company. And let's connect. I'll put my text in the chat and we can talk about what it can. I even help people with presentations wise. I have 2 courses up on Mastermind. I'm doing one now on Defeat Overwhelm. And actually next week, I'm hosting a 3-day event about from A to Z, only 90 minutes per day, but it's an input on how to stand out. But you're all invited to join my Facebook group. It's for free, where I give you 2 of my one-pagers on how to live efficiently. And there is a free masterclass in there. And then when I'm doing some weekly, I'll be starting that soon, and you'll be having them for free as well. So my last input to you before eventual questions is find people who will make you better. It could be mentors, it could be peer groups, but surround yourself with people who inspire you. That will, in fact, help you to be more efficient. So if you have any Q&A. Yeah, Mew? We can't hear you, Mew.
How does Lean help you develop your system? So Lean from work.
Lean, there's something called the 5 S's, how you structure, how you place things. So I can actually use the things from the Lean environment to put it in. It could be having whiteboards, how to structure. So when you're doing, what is the typical task that is in focus on today? What is the time limits on the task we've done yesterday? So we learn from things. There are specific inputs from the Lean world you can use. In fact, that is also from the project management world. When you're doing Agile, you have, whiteboards where you put Post-it stamps on it. So it's the same thing. So in fact, we are all different persons. So I'm not the advocate of saying you need a time management tool that should be electronic. No, sometimes postage stamps on the wall can do the trick. It's all about chunking and what fits you. Some people like bullet journaling, where people write and draw pictures if they're more creative. I even have a time management app about how to, buy groceries. At one point long ago, I had a notepad, just physical. Oh, we need milk, we need eggs. But then I made it electronic. So I can add to it and my husband can add to it. And when we come to, oh, now we need shopping, I can say, oh, okay, I can even swing it around to say, okay, we need this when I go through the store, if I don't do it virtual.
Nice.
So there's, yeah.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Christina. Please put your information in the chat. And the next speaker is Nicole. And who she is, AKA Sabotage Smasher, a speaker, podcast host, and soulful coach using her psychic empath ability to look into the shadow self, that is the inner child, to understand the hidden issue. She empowers her clients to possess a meaningful relationship with true self. Welcome, Nicole.
Hey, thanks for having me. I'm so glad to be here and to follow you, Christina. Time management's awesome. That is a skill I had to learn. Absolutely. We don't multitask well. I think that's great. So glad to be here. Thank you. Thank you, Mew. So what is your passion? Do you know what your passion is? If there were a way you could go from zero to rockstar podcaster in just 90 days or less, would you want to know about it? Well, there is a way. And today, thank you for raising your hand. Today, I'll be covering 3 simple strategies to elevating your podcast hosting skills to rockstar status. So you can use your podcast to rock the mic and stand out and shine. Do you know what your passion is in podcasting? How about learning to know your market? I'll teach you how to do that, and I'll bring the receipts. That's proof and data. Do you wake up in the morning doing something you love? Many of us haven't figured that out yet, and I'm going to be 50, so I'm glad I've got it together. Do you even go to bed feeling fulfilled or satisfied? How about utilizing your own gifts and passion? That's a lot of questions, but you know what? You're not alone. Just a few questions to spark that creativity juices that flow within us. I was unhappy too. And according to an international Gallup poll, 20% of respondents that took the poll agreed that they enjoyed what they did each day. That leaves 80% of us that haven't figured it out quite out yet. And those who reported feeling engaged with their work at higher levels of happiness and less stress than those who reported feeling disengaged. My number one strategy for passion, it's to find what your calling is. So what is your calling? If you haven't figured that out, just grab a piece of scratch paper and just put a few things down that you're really, really passionate about. You can even put a 1 in the chat if you're feeling that passion about your podcast. Are you branding it in your business? Are you using it as a calling to work with business out of the heart? Let's see. I hope you do, guys. All right, we got a 1. So there is one person that's here that's working with their passion in podcasting, and that passion comes along through our mic. So whether you believe it or not, how you're feeling and what your passion is, we can put a smile on our face, but when people listen to us on an audible, they hear if we are really speaking our passion. An example of it is what you did when you were young. You know, when I was 7 and I was a little kid, I remember coloring or gluing pieces of paper together, or, you know, making little projects. And that was part of something that really sparked my solar plexus. What sparks yours? We all have hundreds of skills. It's really doing that one thing that's our genius. So when you're a guest, your passion reflects in your dialogue and your tone. Your natural gifts emerge early in life. Sense of humor, like Gilda Radner. She used to, when she was young, she would record herself and her family, and she'd dress up and she'd dance and have fun. She became one of the first women on Saturday Night Live to bring us laughter. You know, can you imagine that fun and that vibrance around her that she brought, that passion? So millions of people watched her. Do you like to compute numbers? My brother, when he was young, loved math and science. He worked with her. He actually was able, NASA brought him in as a volunteer when he was about 14 years old, because it showed his passion and he did his calling. He continued to utilize that. What are your natural gifts? Have you put those out? What do you utilize in your business that's a gift? Are you a great listener? Maybe you're a great interviewer. Are you using those gifts? 360 Wisdom Speaks, a podcast that I co-host, we talk about entrepreneurship, business with a heart, and how people brand themselves, how they serve their clients, and how they even got here. So what was their journey that got here? That is our passion as host of 360 Wisdom Speaks, to bring in our guest and have them share their journey into their entrepreneurship. So if you know what your target market is, maybe it's your niche, who's your avatar? Go ahead and put it in the chat. Let me see if you guys know what your target market is. And if you're really feeling that when you come on as a podcaster or even just branding your business, it creates flow. Yeah, absolutely. Holistic professional. Many of us here, I hear, and I've seen faces here that I network with that are holistic professionals. They know what they love to do and work with others. So your life purpose is defined so you can shine while you speak, identify your values, live even a purposeful life. Your gifts are not just your skills and talents, but they're what you love to do. Because if it's not fun, it's not worth doing. We want to do something that we share and teach, or we want to do something that warms our heart and brings sparkle and charisma, right? So your values that include, again, your beliefs and you consider are most important. On 360 Wisdom Speaks, we love to share our customers, our guests' values and what brings out. We even have customers when we work on branding and commercials with people, and what is their business with a heart that's going to show in a passionate, soul-aligned way. You don't want to cut and paste your brand, product, or service. You want to learn your stuff. You want to be the boss and come in, be the expert. It's very great. Miu's here, and she's the expert at doing these summits and working with people. She brings so much value and information to her summits, and she brings that passion, and she is the expert here and brings in all these wonderful guests and audience. So if you're not sure how you sound, you look, or you come across, you want to work with your tone. Record yourself, not just being in the mirror, but listen to yourself. Because when you speak or you're on a podcast, you want millions to listen to you. So are you monotone? Are you really passionate? Are you high-pitched? What is your sound? Develop that, and how you come across the mic, how you interact in a conversation, but also help you on stage and when you're teaching. If not, you want to look at getting coaching. Join a group. Don't have experience, get a coach like I did. I got Lord Al Jensen from Next Stage, and I totally play full out. And the reason I do that is because it's a great group of people who are going to bring me up and elevate my energy. So you're only as good as the 5 people you're around. So network with people that are going to bring you up and work well with you, people that you get along with, people that you want to strive to even be and hit that goal. If you're not comfortable with your identity and that imposter syndrome kicks in, you know, that's okay. We all have it a little bit when we start. When I started publicly speaking, I'd been teaching for 20 plus years, but I was teaching law enforcement and security. Totally different group of people that I'm talking to. I'm not spitting the information out, and I'm not making sure you memorize every little specific detail. Now I want to share with you how to connect and bring that charisma and stand out and shine. Absolutely different. So I had to pivot on that different crowd of people. I'm going to tell different jokes. I'm going to have different sense of humor, and my stance, how I engage, is much different. I went from standing there, and now I'm opening up to bring people in. So absolutely time to pivot. And remember, it's okay. You've got to start somewhere. No one's knocking your door down if you're a rookie. So get comfortable on the camera. You know, when we all learned how to use Zoom like now, we're all geniuses at this virtual platform of Zoom. We've learned to unmute. You know, every time you go somewhere, do you hear the host coming in and say, you got to unmute? Well, remember to be present and to be aware. And when you work with time management and you work with people who have that professionalism, you're going to develop a great professionalism in your career. So get live on Instagram, get on your phone and just get there live and test it. Have you tested on your phone? Have you tried a live? What do you look like? Just tell people who, you know, hey, I'm coming on, I'm coming in, and I am just testing this out. Let me know how I look. You can always delete it. That's the best thing. Whoever made and created that delete button, it's the best thing in the whole world. Just next to cut and paste though, because when you do that, you can practice and get comfortable with who you are, and you're developing that tonal quality. If you are not comfortable, then the audience isn't going to be there. So use your videos, we use clips, we rebrand them. I reuse 30-second reels, and that's 30 seconds I have to watch every time I edit of myself and a guest or my co-host and a guest. But rebranding is most important. Use YouTube thumbnails on 360. We give our guest a social media kit. We ask them to like and subscribe. That builds your audience. Here's another little key, a writer downer. Simple ways to build your audience that you can go into Canva, make yourself a social media kit, and put that out there. And now you're standing up and you're professional. It's worth the fee of the show if you pay to play and people are offering you that media kit. Brand yourself, add your logo, add your intro. Your intros and your outros are like great lipstick. They're like a great necklace. And how are you accessorizing? How are you standing out? Look at that. So put a 1 in a chat. If you feel that your podcast is standing out, are you hiding from the public? Are you really showing how you are? Oh, thanks, Michael. Yeah, absolutely. Be professional. That's what people are looking for. It's a low budget way to start your podcast without having to pay mega bucks and knowing that you look good. And it's a creative process. I like to look at it from the solar plexus. It's your creation zone. It's the money chakra. It's your, brings us into the number 2 strategy. Who's your purpose? So who's your audience? This brings us into defining our niche and our avatar, knowing your audience. And are you hashtag looking for a guest or hashtag be a guest? You want to know who the target is. I talked about your passion in podcasting, and your business purpose should resonate with your people and your customers. So on that sense of purpose, it's been described as a philosophical heartbeat or of a company, right? So their purpose that's generated in the purpose of as a podcast host, our purpose is to share on 360, to share with our audience and to share with our guest, you know, bringing that purpose in of business with a heart. What is that focus? And when we talk about our business is our focus in heart-centered entrepreneurs, and bringing that to the forefront. Many people talk about being a heart-centered entrepreneur, having heart-centered business. It's a key phrase that's thrown around a lot right now. But really, what is it? It's loving and being in passion and giving to the community. Many more entrepreneurs do that than we really realize. So that breaks it down. We also look to make our interview process simple and efficient. So when we define that, we find it in our simplicity, our efficient and stress-free environment, and to share the message. So the purpose is branding with logos and commercials and sharing that in there and making it a full package. So more people want to come on our show, and more podcaster guests that come in will see that and want to have that on their podcast as well. So are you a fit for the show? So learn if you're a fit for the show. Remember, if you're a guest, your purpose as a guest coming on someone else's show is to fulfill the needs of the host and the audience. So listen to the show. Take maybe 5 minutes, 30 seconds. Look at how they present their show. Take some time and learn who your host is. So don't blindly just come on and come into every podcast. It doesn't help. You want to come in professional, and you want to come into the show and serve the audience. When you do that and you bring your passion and your shining, that audience is going to engage with you, and that helps your marketing. It helps your new drip campaigns, and it just absolutely helps funnel our business. Excuse me. Do you understand who the audience market is? Watching their clips. How do they focus onto their audience and show up as the expert? Are you showing up as the expert? When you do, you know your stuff, you know your biz. And on 360 Wisdom Speaks, we have guests share business with a heart and how their business, again, serves their clients. So it's just a full 360 view on how we can elevate one another. Maybe you're a financial analyst or you're a financial coach, and you want to share with people how they can make profit. This connects to, again, our purpose. And is your purpose to share that nonprofit and to get people to engage? You're going on the show, and that brings up the passion. The passion is for you to help kids with cancer. And so when you're able to show up on that podcast as the expert in that, then you're able to serve your purpose and your passion both, and hopefully bring in some money to your nonprofit, or to even make profit. And that helps us support one another, right? So when your business is profitable, I keep getting admit, sorry. When your business is profitable, you can spend that money on others. You can donate, you can tithe that 10%, serve your community. You want to bring that profit in, right, with everybody. Everybody has to have that full spectrum. It's continuity in that whole cycle. And you're serving you're serving the community, and that helps us grow as heart-centered business people, as entrepreneurs. When you can identify those aspects, you have a better sense of how you can maximize your sense of purpose in order to improve your health and your sense of well-being. When your monkey mind's not running around and that imposter syndrome's kicking in, or your sabotagers just chewing at you one day, you can give it a lollipop, put it in the corner, and say, hey, that's okay. When our minds are at ease and we show up at the expert, and we know what our business is, and we know how to speak with our host on a podcast, or we are the host and we are speaking with our guest or to our audience, there's a healthy sense of well-being with us all when we're all sharing that beautiful message from the heart. On 360, we like to journey with our guests and their passionate purpose and how they started their business. So elevating them. So when we bring them in, it's all about profit. It comes down to the point of adding your passion, your purpose, which equals profit, right? And how can I define that? So it's your gifts and your purpose. It's your gifts plus your passion, and your values equal your purpose. So bringing that all around, having that really crazy moment when we want to engage with everybody and we want to really, really be inclusive. In order to do that, once you define who you are, you define your gifts, and then you can include those clients in your avatar. So you're branding your business, you're using your logos, and you're bringing your guest in, and that's that repurpose and that recycle. You're just doing it over and over. Once you develop that foundation, you can use it every time over and over again, and you don't get lost. You don't get in that mindset. You're smooth. You sit in your chair, you engage on the mic, and you're ready to roll. Your passion is something which you feel that deep curiosity and that interest, right? And so your values include your beliefs and what you consider to be most important. When you can identify those aspects of your identity, you'll have a better sense of how to maximize your sense of purpose in order to improve your health, your sense of well-being. We talked about passion and purpose. Now let's make some profit. So number 3 is all about profit. And this is where we'll wrap up. And how can you do that as a podcaster, especially when you're just starting? It's great and thinking that, hey, I'm a little guy. Nobody wants to sponsor me like Joe Rogan, right? $1 million contracts coming in, $1 million sponsorships, just for him to read a page and say, hey, I'm Joe Rogan and I'm telling you to drink Liquid IV. That's a lot of money coming in. You might not have that, right? Is nobody knocking your door down? So you want to make the money on your podcast. Think of it as a business. You've learned your passion, you developed your purpose, and now we're going to work with sponsorship. Money attracts money. So when you're here, you want to generate that income with what you know about it, right? And so there's over 2.4 million podcasters and 66 million episodes between them. Are people listening to your podcast? Are they downloading it? You might not be there yet, but we can share that. So I took a class with Chuck Anderson, and he talked about affiliate marketing. And this is marketing that we've used on 360. So just as an example, if you're starting and you don't have sponsorship, maybe you sell doTERRA, right? Maybe you sell a Melaleuca. Maybe you sell cameras. You have an affiliate link. You can develop a commercial, or you can even just take a piece of paper out and read a script and say, hey, today our show is sponsored by Logitech cameras. You use that affiliate link, you create that, take that affiliate link and share with people. People now think that you're sponsored. They're going to go check it out. So you're making money 2 ways. You're bringing people into the show, you're using your own link, and now you're using that link. That's going to bring in money on the affiliate, and you're showing that sponsorship. When you have that affiliation and you're bringing that in, now people want to come into that, right? So looking at that money, what a creative way to look at that, sponsor that show, right? I like money. I have to put my podcast out. I'm spending money to launch it. We're spending money to have commercials. We're spending money, and time is money to have guests, where that takes me away from my business. But I want to reinstate that podcast is about my business. So looking at that money, I loved it. And, even my ex loved my money too. And I had to find a way in my podcast to, put that money back in that soulful bank of Nicole and rejuvenate it. How can I do it? I had a few affiliate links, and I put those affiliate links in to commercials. I reused it on my social media. Check out our sponsors. rebrand yourself, constantly do that, right? And that strategy of using other people's money or other people's profit, right? If you have a course and, or maybe someone else has taught a course, it's recorded, or they're selling a book, get an affiliate link. Get that affiliate link from them and use that affiliate link to sell. If they're coming on your show as a guest, get an affiliate link. They're making money, you're making money, word of mouth. So use that to maybe even pay to play for your podcast. How are you serving people? Are you getting to somebody's pain point? Are you solving a problem on your podcast as a coach? You know, bring someone in and say, hey, you know, you've got this problem with time management, or you need a course on this. Bring that into the show, solve their problem, bring them into your group and make some money. Charge for your podcast. It is not in the dark anymore. People are paying to play. You're a great interviewer. You can solve their pain point and a problem. Bring them in. So I always look for commercial. When I put the commercials, go ahead, I sponsor the guest, or we bring other companies in. That helps you achieve rapid growth, gain more profit when you share your passionate purpose. So bring people onto your podcast that aren't bottom feeders anymore and aren't going to suck that energy. They're going to pop a straw on you and pull all that energy out of you. Use someone that's coming in there on the professional level, just like you, and stand out and shine. I'm going to go ahead and put this link here in the chat. Thank you for being here today. I love this. I loved being here. If we have a second for Q&A, if you have any questions that popped into mind, please reach out or say right here.
Well, Nicole, a great way to monetize your podcast. I never thought of all these affiliate links and stuff.
Thank you.
Patricia has a question.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't see your hand. Oh, hi. Okay, Patricia, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. It was excellent, by the way. Very helpful information. Let me put my camera on. So it's funny. Today I decided I was going to sit by the lake and listen to a podcast. I like to listen to those old mystery theater podcasts. I think they're really funny. And yes. I was very frustrated because it was like one commercial after the other, and I just said, oh my God, I can't take it. So I just didn't even get a chance to listen. I just clicked off. So my question to you is this: how many commercials are too many commercials, and should it be spread out? Because I think I didn't mind the commercial if they would have had maybe one in the beginning, and then somewhere in the talk there'd be another commercial, and then there'll be, and they'll continue to talk, and then add the third commercial. But not all, a slew of them in the very beginning. And do you agree with that? And is that possible?
Well, you can have way too many commercials because we all have grown up in that era when, hey, nobody's watching TV anymore right now because there's too darn many commercials. So what we use as a rule is 30-second commercials, because you can say a lot. When you're putting a commercial together, there's a lot about your product, brand, or service that can be said in 30 seconds. And that's how I work with my clients, is saying, hey, you think 30 seconds is nothing. Let me show you these commercials. Here's what can be said. You want a strong call to action, and there's a little story in that commercial that's going to bring it down there. You got 30 seconds. What's great about that is you're not losing people. You can have a commercial in the beginning, one or two in the middle, and one at the end. You take that commercial, if you're on video, and you can take that audio and you can throw that in there. And so you're still sharing that audible. So you've got twofold. Now here's one more. So now you got two places that you're going to hear your commercial. Now you're going to take that 30 seconds. Where does 30 seconds go? It goes into Reels. It goes into TikTok. It goes into your social. You got a great commercial that stands out and shine. And it's a great accessory if it's done well. And the audio is great and it's got narration in it. People will look at that. They'll take 30 seconds to watch it on a reel.
Okay.
You can plug it into place. So when you're selling commercials for sponsorship, you're going to tell people, hey, this is where your commercial is going. It's going on my social media. It's going on my podcast. It's going on everywhere. And it's going to yours. It can go to their website. It can plug and play and it transfers. So that's a huge selling point. What are you selling? Where you're selling that ability for people to see the commercial, not in just one place, but in so many places. And you're taking it everywhere that you can. Once you get one commercial, and then somebody else is going to want a commercial, then you can charge a little bit more for that spot each and every time.
Thank you.
Oh,
for
thank
that.
you, Suzanne and Margarita. Yeah, absolutely. I don't want to cut into anybody else's time because I think they've got at 3 o'clock. Thank you for letting me speak, and thank you for being here, you guys.
Well, thank you so much, Nicole. We'll spotlight the next person. We have Michael Whitehouse. He is the guy who knows a guy. Since 2014, he has been connecting people wherever he goes, and today his networking concierge and connector nexus programs take it to the next level by leveraging his network to create opportunities and partnerships for those he meets. Welcome, Michael.
Hello, thank you for having me on. It's so great to be going after Nicole talking about podcasts. I actually have 5 podcasts myself. And so I spend a lot of time talking to myself. And for that reason, I don't want to spend the next half hour talking to myself. So if you are able to, please turn on your camera. Because I spend plenty of time looking at my own face. I love my face. I'm really good looking, but I'd love to see you as well. So if you'd like to participate, turn on the camera. So anybody? Bueller, thank you. All right. So let me get a little bit of feedback in the audience, see who is there and who left their cameras off and wandered off. So I want to get a quick scale in terms of networking, of what your perception of networking is and its value from 1 to 5. So 5 is networking is my life. My business comes from networking. I don't talk to strangers anymore. Everything I do is through my network and my connections. And 1 is networking is awful. It's a waste of time. I've never gotten anything out of it. I don't know why anyone networks, and everything else is in between there. So put a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 in the chat to give me an idea of what your networking experience has been. So again, 5 is I love networking and it's awesome. 1 is networking is awful and I hate it and can't stand it and it's a total waste. So, okay. Very good. So we'll come back to that in a moment. First, let me share who I am, because you might be like, who's this fast-talking New Englander yapping about networking stuff? So who's me? I'm Michael Whitehouse, and the guy who knows the guy. In 2014, I moved to Groton, Connecticut, knowing nobody. I needed to network because I was trying to start a business. I knew where networking happened, but not how it happened. So I started going to events, and I went to business after hours, business before hours, business during hours. I went to ribbon cuttings. I go to line cuttings. I would have showed up for a hair cutting. I would have showed up for the opening of an envelope. If there were people gathering, I was there. And within a few months, I realized I was making major connections. I was connecting the mayor of this to the CEO of that. You know, I just moved to town a few months ago. I'm suddenly a super connector. What the heck's going on? I realized most people actually want to connect. So when you facilitate that for them, they're pretty happy for it. Well, in 2020, I got to learn how to do it again, because in 2020, everyone moved to the internet, which was great for me because I live in Southeast Connecticut, and Southeast Connecticut is not even the commercial capital of Southeast Connecticut. So once I got onto Zoom and I was able to connect to the world, I was able to get to a much wider world, but I didn't really have many significant connections here. So once again, I started going to events. I started meeting people, introducing people, making things happen. And within a few months, I was making significant connections. And within a year and a half, I was able to launch my networking concierge service, because I'd meet people from a single introduction could be worth $10,000, $20,000, $30,000. And so, of course, they're willing to pay me to do that networking for them. So before I launch into talking about networking like rich people do, which I will, I want to get a quick sense of the audience and how I can best benefit you, because I can absolutely fill 30 minutes with what's in my head, but that may not be what's in your heart that you want to learn. So I'd love to have you put in the chat if you have a networking question. You know, if I could download any networking knowledge into your brain, what would you want to know? What results would you want to achieve? And I will do my best to make sure that I touch on those points. So I'm not just rambling off on things I want to talk about, but I can actually share some things that you want to hear about. So go ahead and type those into the chat so I can get a sense of what you'd like to know, what would benefit you. And the best way to build a relationship and collaborate. I like that one. I'm actually going to touch on that one anyway. Networking etiquette. That's a good one. Cultural differences. Interesting. Okay. So first, let me briefly talk about what networking like the rich, what the rich does. No, do. The networking like the rich do. Grammar's hard. So I discovered a few months ago that I network like rich people do. It's not like I studied how rich people network. I started networking and then looked at it and said, oh, look, they match. So the way rich people network, if they're at the country club or the yacht club or the rich people club, I don't know where the rich people hang out, Wall Street, I guess, I don't know. When rich people are together, they network in a certain way because they live in abundance. They are rich. You know, you've got $1 million in the bank. You're not worried about where your next sale's coming from because you got some money. You're not going to be shoving your business card into people's hands saying, hey, do you want to buy a yacht? You know, you don't do that at that level. And so the conversations that rich people have tend to sound very small talkish. They're not. They sound small talkish. You know, for example, like, oh, how's your son doing? Oh, he's doing great. He's going to be going to school soon. Going to school? Where's he going? Oh, he's going to be going to Columbia. Columbia. My brother-in-law went to Columbia. Do you know who any of your professors are? This is an opportunity to network. Sounded like small talk. It's actually a networking opportunity because sorry, I thought this was muted. Always mute your phone twice, but it toggles. So don't just push it twice. Anyway, so it's a networking opportunity for them because people like to help people, all people, rich people, poor people, everyone. People like to help people, makes them feel good, makes them feel powerful, not altruistic. It's people get a rush out of it. And so they're looking for ways they can be valuable. They're looking for connections they can leverage. So when the rich person is talking to their rich friend about their son going to Columbia and they have a connection there, there's that little hit, I don't know if it's dopamine or serotonin, one of those brain chemicals, that's like, yeah, I know someone who can help. This is pretty cool. I know this very well because it's what I do in networking. I love it. I do it all the time. I love making those kinds of connections. Whereas the way broke people network is they network to get a transaction. They're trying to make a sale. They're trying to put food on the table. And so the worst way of doing this is the direct sales approach. You know, people are pitching you in a networking event. So for those of you who are on camera, show of hands, have you ever been pitched at a networking event? Someone directly tried to sell you? And I don't mean like in the course of a conversation, it comes up that they've got something that could help you. I just mean they're like, hey, who does your insurance, right? So they're doing that because they're desperate. They're doing that because they need to make a sale. They don't know any better, and they're in a position of deep scarcity. What they don't realize is, what people don't realize when they do that, is you're not going to get invited to the better networking events when you're running around being scarce. If you're pitching people, you're not getting invited to, you know, the other day I was at a networking event in a penthouse in Soho. That's the fancy part of Manhattan. I'm pretty sure that this penthouse is worth at least 5 times what my house is worth. Very nice place with some very nice people doing some very exciting things. I got invited there because I'm not running around shoving my business card in people's hands, trying to pitch them, trying to sell them. I got invited there because when I engage with people, I'm trying to say, how can I help you? The transaction I'm trying to hit is I want my dopamine hit of being able to say, I got someone for that. Ooh, I got an introduction for you. So this is the key difference between how rich people network and how broke people network. Broke people are going for I need the money, please pay me. Rich people are like, I need to feel good about myself, so let me help you. How can I help you? And knowing the reciprocity is going to come back, and really, and that's where that value is going to come from. That's where the opportunity is going to come from, that's really the power of it. And when you do that, then people will invite you. They'll make introductions for you. They'll connect you to people. You'll get all those all that value. So just looking at some of the questions that we had in the chat there, one of them was the best way to build relationship and collaborate. So I am an ADHD extroverted, somewhat disorganized networker. I always say introverts are better networkers because they're more organized. But when you're an introvert, meeting people is expensive mentally. It takes energy. It wears you out. I talk to introverts and they're like, if I do 3 Zoom calls in a day, that's it. That's all I can do. Me, I'm like, if I do 8 Zoom calls in a day, that's most of the time I have on my calendar. If there were more time, I'd of course do more calls, but there's only that much time. So for me, I don't necessarily say, okay, I need a system to keep track of every single person and make sure I get the maximum amount of every relationship. I go into each interaction. I try to provide value. I try to make a couple of connections. I try to, give a good impression. If they can help me, I'm cool with that too. And then I move on, meet the next person. How can I help this person on to the next one? But I don't have the best organization system in the world because I just meet more people. If you're an introvert, you don't just meet more people. I don't know if you've seen that meme with Boromir being like, one does not simply walk into networking. Whereas for an extrovert, one just meets more people. For an introvert, you're like, oh boy, okay, meeting more people. Yeah, let's do that. Could I meet less people and just do more with them? And that's where the organization comes in and the really, the deep dive there. But the important thing is that you can go, both work as long as you are focusing on what you're doing the other person. So if you're organized, then you want to keep track of who do these people want to meet? How can I help them? What connections can I make for them? What kind of value can I create for these people? And once you've met them once, you've had a Zoom call, then this gives you the opportunity to do a lot more by chat and email. And, conceivably you could have a Zoom call with someone like once or once every 6 months. But if you ask the right questions, get the right information, then you could just send them some email introductions or send them some WhatsApp connections. And if you don't like having that heavy engagement, you can be a valuable networker without having to do that. That's where the organization can really help, as Dr. Beverly there was saying in the comments. I'm an introvert and I have a system and only allow so many a day. So you can use the system to maximize the value there. So I see another question there, which is it valuable to network with people who do what you do? And the answer is absolutely yes. I found some of the best introductions that I've made, the most valuable for the people I'm introducing, are people that, as far as I can tell, are direct toe-to-toe competitors. And then they talk to each other. Now, of course, these are collaboration-minded people, not competition-minded people. These are abundance-minded people. And they do very similar things. And actually, one just showed up on the screen. Hi, Quinn. So Quinn does financial, wealth management or wealth building. Sort of. Where is it? Did I get that right in 2 words? Okay. And I'm going to be introducing her to someone else who does something fairly similar, but in a different way. Because while to me, I'm like, you teach people how to manage and build wealth. But different approach, different strategies, different systems, different price points. There's so many different ways that they might possibly collaborate. And if nothing else, they can learn from each other. But there's a lot of value to come from the people who are the closest to you. Some of the people I connect with the most are, I've met, I think, 2 other people in the world who use the phrase networking concierge to describe themselves. And I network with them both extensively. Because now, of course, we're professional networkers, so that's possibly a special case that is not the same as two social media marketing people. But we're able to kind of combine our forces as networkers and find opportunity. But whatever it is, there's always opportunity for collaboration. There's opportunity for sharing. One of my clients is a mortgage broker, and she networks with other mortgage brokers because sometimes maybe they can't do a lower FICO score, or they can't do some kind of government loan, or they can't do some kind of this or that, or the other way around. One of them can't do something that the other one might be able to. So there's a huge value in being able to connect with people very similar to you, because their audiences are very similar to yours. Now, a lot of that audience they're going to capture. But the other thing to think about in the joint venture space, if you're that I see, is you have two people who do seemingly the same thing. Let's say they teach people how to monetize a podcast, for example, and they have two very similar courses, similar price points, similar in every way. Most people who are in that funnel space, they're selling maybe 3 to 10% of the people who get onto their email list. Well, that means that 90 to 97% of the people on their email list didn't buy their program. And yeah, maybe they'll buy it in 6 months, or maybe they'll buy it in a year, but maybe they'll never buy it at all because they don't like your hair color, or they don't like the way you talk, or they don't like the font you use, or they heard something about how you feed your dog vegan food, or who knows. But they might still be interested in that product, just not your product. So if you promote to your list someone who sells something very similar to you, they might buy that thing. And wouldn't you rather get 40% of a sale that someone else makes rather than 0% of a sale you don't make? So there's all kinds of opportunities to collaborate and to make connections with people who are, you know, very similar to you and do very similar things. And so I also wanted to, so a couple people put a 1 in the chat. So they've not been getting success in networking. So if anyone who put a low number in the chat and had some difficulty in networking would like some live laser coaching on how to be more effective at networking, I would be happy to do that. If that is you, feel free to raise your virtual or physical hand, and be happy to have you come in and unmute and share some direct tips. Unless everyone here is good at networking, and then I need to like take this up to a more advanced level and teach you more advanced concepts if you're all already masters. So does anyone have any questions or any challenges they have in networking themselves that they would like me to address while I'm here? Bueller?
Okay, I have one.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, so usually what I try to do, and this is what I was told, I do almost 99% of my networking is on Zoom. So I was told that you should allow the person that you're doing the one-on-one to speak first. And so, I have a Zoom plan that I have in this time frame. So with that being said, how do you politely shut up the person so that you can get your conversation in about your business?
Well, so I'm going to answer your question with a question. We have very Socratic here. Why do you need to get your conversation in about your business?
Because I like them to know more about me, who I am. I think that's one of the purposes of doing the one-on-one. And so that we can refer customers to each other. But if the 1 hour is all about what you do, then, you know, what's the point?
Yeah, so I can definitely see the challenge there. So if they don't ask what you do, then they're unlikely to listen about what you do. So it doesn't do you any good to recapture the conversation so that you can monologue on what you're doing. And it also, what you are describing is an unproductive meeting, because you are listening to them talking, waiting for them to finish talking so that you can talk, so that they can wait for you to finish so you can get off the call. So a couple things I want to dive into there. One is, it is very difficult to get referrals to customers on a first time one-to-one, because unless you do something spectacularly unique that nobody else does, that they say, wow, I've never met anyone else who does that, they're probably not going to refer you to a prospect. Because what happens when you refer someone to a prospect? They're going to end up in a sales call. Who here would like to be referred to a sales call? Anyone here want me to connect them to someone who's going to put them on a sales call, who's going to sell them something? Probably not many described that way. Now, who here would like to get a solution to a problem they have? Probably everybody. And if that solution costs money, probably open to that. But people are very wary about referring someone for a customer unless it's specific, like, oh, I know someone who needs that exact thing you do. You know, I know someone who's having some huge organizational problems. They should talk to, you know, they should talk to you, and they're gonna they may be interested in your product. But that's usually not what happens. Usually it's more a matter of like, nope, can't think of anybody. No, can't help you. So instead, it's best to look for partners instead of customers. Because if you're looking for a partner, if you're saying my ideal referral source is social media experts, then I'd be happy to make an introduction to a social media expert who I know, you know, sight unseen. If somebody were to drop in the chat, like, my ideal partner is social media experts, here's my email address, you'll probably get an introduction from me to a social media expert you want to meet with. Because then I can say, hey, Lisa, this person partners well with social media experts. You're a social media expert. There may be an opportunity for partnership here. I'm comfortable with that. Worst that happens, you talk. Okay, we tried to find the opportunity. It didn't click. No big deal. But if I make an introduction to someone and they end up in a sales call and it is not something they're looking for, or it's not a comfortable process or whatever, they're coming back to me and saying, Michael, what'd you do to me? Well, that's a half an hour of my life, never getting back. So what is more effective is you let them go first. So it sounds like you got half the advice, which first, let them go first, and then network like a rich person. Listen for ways you can help them. Because as they talk, once they get through their pitch, which hopefully they're not going to pitch at you, but once they get through whatever they're going to say, get into, so where do you find your clients? What challenges are you having? Who are you looking to meet? Identify a way you can help them. And there's 3 ways that you can help someone once they've identified a problem. There is making an introduction. You all know what that is by now, hopefully. There is advice. That could be, oh, I know a great website for that. There's an event coming up. Have you read this book? Some kind of advice. And there is a product. That's what you sell. So once you're seeking out what are your challenges, what are your problems, how can I help you, they may reveal that they have a problem that you can solve with a thing you sell. In which case, you can use the magical 6 words, would you like help with that? And if they say, yes, I would like help with that, then you can gently say, because the product we have actually helps that. I know this is a networking call. I don't want to pitch you on a networking call. You know, kind of be very gentle, be like, I don't want to pitch you. I don't want to force you here. But if you'd like, I'm open to telling you more about it. Or if you want to maintain the, you know, separation of church and state, then you can say, this is a networking call. I don't want to talk about my product here, but I'd love to set up a follow-up call to share more of this. This is going to be 1 out of 10 calls because 9 out of 10 probably don't need what you have right away. But it creates that opportunity for that. Once you've spent that time helping them, made an introduction or 2, given a piece of advice, whatever, they are going to say something like, how can I help you? Because you have now given that value. And should you get to the end of the call and you didn't get to share anything, you can now shortcut this whole process because they realize they just spent 57 minutes of and by the way, I do 30-minute calls. But they just spent 57 minutes of a 60-minute call talking about themselves and getting your advice and your introductions and all your help. They're like, oh my God, I took up all the time. How can I help you? And you say, well, I really need to connect with, whatever, marketing professionals, marketing agency owners, and business coaches. So anyone you know, I use an introduction. And if they are having any form of etiquette, then they'll reply with like, oh, okay, yeah, I know Bob Smith, Joe Schmo, and Susie Q. I'll connect you to them. Sorry, I took up the whole call. You didn't even tell them what you did. You just, they're just like, she was so great. She spent the whole hour just helping me and giving me introductions and giving me advice. And she didn't even tell me, like, I looked at her website, it looks pretty cool, but you got to meet with her because she'll probably do the same thing for you. And now you can get on more and more of those calls, and people, this is how you get spoken of well in rooms that you're not in and get introduced to better and better places. And I see that Lataro also has a hand up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello. First off, I love your background. That's awesome. Great presentation. So I actually have the opposite problem because I don't want to pigeonhole myself before getting to know what the other person needs. And oftentimes when you're in a breakout room at a networking event, the first thing somebody says is, what do you do? And I want to like turn it on them and find out from them first before I say anything. So how do I kind of deflect that question and then come back to it later and make them tell me what they do first?
Ooh, interesting question. So first I'm going to answer the question I thought you were going to ask. And then I'm going to answer the question you asked. So in a networking breakout room, assume it's a short, speed networking, 5 minutes or less. The goal of that session is not to actually share information. It is to answer the question, do I want to meet with this person or not? So you're not going to be able to effectively get any significant results in that short session. You're trying to figure out if it's worth investing another 30 or 60 minutes into this conversation. And so when you're focused that way, it kind of changes the way you approach the conversation. But let's say you're in a longer one or whatever, to answer your question about making them go first. There's a few ways you can do it. One is you could, you can kind of be if you're a funny sort of person, then you could reply when they say, what do you do? You could say, I always go second. What do you do? And if you just kind of roll that out there, they'd be like, oh, okay, well, I guess. Because if you identify as like, no, what do you do? Go second. Your turn. You could also, it could also be solved just by grabbing the floor. So as soon as you start, you'd be like, all right, great to see you. So tell me about yourself.
Oh, okay.
And like, just speak first. If you speak first, you set the agenda. Most people going into a breakout room have no idea what's going on in that breakout room. I grab control of almost every breakout room I go into, not because I'm the networking expert, but because I have ADHD and I'm impatient and I can't stand watching the clock tick down when we're not doing business. So I'm the one who's going to be like, all right, who's going first? Because otherwise, the number of times I've seen these breakout rooms degenerate into like, so how's the weather where you are? The weather is business. So anyway, what do you do? But again, that's my ADHD. But if you just grab the floor when you first come in, you can set the agenda, and the agenda is that they go first. And if you spend that time, again, doing the same thing I was telling Patricia, of trying to find out how can you help them, who are you looking to meet, how can I help you, whatever. If you spend most of the time helping them, and then in the last 60 seconds, this involves very carefully watching the clock, because if you run out of time, then it doesn't work, you don't follow up. But if you watch the clock well, you spend most of the time helping them. And then towards the end of it, if you feel like it's someone that you do want to talk to more, keep in mind, they don't know what you do. They don't have to for this to work. In fact, it works better if they don't, because they're curious. If you want to talk to them more, then at the end, you say, yeah, I think I know some people that I can introduce you to, and I'd love to learn more. Let's set up a follow-up call. Here's my Calendly link. Let me get your Calendly, whatever your phrase is to commit into a follow-up meeting. So by doing that, it means they're going to want to be on that meeting, because they don't even know what you do except help them. The only thing they've ever seen you do is help them. So that's their full opinion of you, is you're a super helpful person, and you must be, successful because you're networking like a rich person. You didn't even forget pitching them. You didn't even tell them what you do. They don't know what they could buy from you. I mean, they might search you up on LinkedIn, or although it's a pretty common name, so they might mistake you for the other Latara Draguz. Just like, yeah, I had that problem too. I'm the second most popular Michael Whitehouse on YouTube. It's very sad. So I wish I had a name like Latara Dragoo. That would be, then I would be the only one. I don't even have michaelwhitehouse.com. It's so sad. But yeah, so they may look you up on LinkedIn or search you and find what you do. But then again, now you're controlling the situation, but you're doing it from a place of service. Like, yes, you are controlling their mind and making them dance to your tune, like the Pied Piper, but you're doing it because you helped them initially. You're going to help them more. And everyone is so used to the people who's like, here's what I do, and here's who buys from me, and here's how you can buy from me, and pitch, and their elevator pitch. So it's so refreshing to have someone say, so what do you do? How can I help you? What would you like? Now you will sometimes run into other networkers, and this is funny when you get into this, like, how can I help you? No. How can I help you? No, you first. How can I help you? I've gotten into those conversations, but that's a good place to be, because that's just, two good people trying to support each other however they can, and that is a good way. Christina, I like how you put that. You're in control by wanting to service and help them. So you are dominating with kindness.
Nice.
So I believe I'm coming to the end of my half hour, but as you can see behind me, there is my website back there, which is guywhoknowsaguy.com. You can find all 5 of my podcasts on there. And I do also have a program, because I like answering questions. It's so much easier than like creating curriculums. So I created a program called the Inner Circle, where I do an Ask Me Anything session every week, in which people can come in and ask me anything, and I share. I've met over 2,000 entrepreneurs over the last 2 years, so I've learned a little bit about a bit. So and I've found that sometimes many entrepreneurs are an inch wide and a mile deep, which is, that's an expert. I'm like a mile wide and an inch deep because I just meet more people. So sometimes people find that kind of helpful.
All right. Thank you so much, Michael, and so much, Latara. We have our next speaker, Victor. Oh, I hope you're ready. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Sure. I'm not sure what...
He has been sought after by multi 7-figure companies as their go-to marketing strategy and execution, and has created returns as high as 3,221%. He has been mentored by some of the biggest direct response marketeers of all time, and now helps married business owners scale at will through his private agency and consultancy. Welcome, Michael.
Hey, thanks.
Victor. Sorry.
No worries. No worries. So it looks like I'm going to be sharing with you guys our 4-phase launch map strategy. I'll just out of curiosity, I don't remember how much time do we have here to really
30 minutes.
30 minutes. Cool. So I should be able to dive into it quite a bit here. Let me just pull it up. You'll have to excuse me. I completely lost track of time and I was working on something else here, but I have the good news is when you talk about the same thing over and over is you often tend to have everything pretty much ready at your disposal. So let me share my screen really quick here and I'll kind of jump right into it. Where is it? Here we go. As soon as it loads, can you guys see the screen yet?
No.
Okay, let me try that again. Here, there we go. Cool. All right, so I'll just kind of quick share and go through it here, but the biggest part is really audience building with surround sound Facebook ads. One of the big things that we do, for example, I'm going to just kind of keep it as simple as possible with all of this. And like I said, it does seem simple, and I promise it is. The technicality becomes in how things change on the platform and really where the buttons are. That's like the technical part that people get up. They're like, I don't know. But it really is that simple. If you just have someone to implement this, you can either implement this in the next 24 hours yourself, or you can hire someone to do it for you. And then I have a fun gift for everyone, of course, and I always hold Q&A should you want to or have questions. Usually people do. But here's just a quick breakdown of our 4 phases to our 20K launches, and today's focus really is the phase 1, building the audience. And really, I think that's the biggest and most important piece, because with this phase, usually we have people coming in and they're booking out calls, 10 to 15 about a month, And with just this phase, they're enrolling clients, filling their client roster before they even move to building a list and creating funnels and all that stuff. And I'll show you a breakdown exactly what it is, but I'll save that one for next time, that one too, and this one, and of course those as well, just so we respect everyone's time, and I hope that's fair for everyone here. So phase one, building the audience, and I'll explain to you first why this is important. Because you can say it's almost your moral obligation to have the courage to actually share your truth and unleash that voice within inside of you, because your programs, your services are what drive people to have the transformation that they want. And I'll share with you a quick story here, but it's so that you can lead a profitable revolution, right? In my experience, I like to say, if you want to have impact and just impact the world, start a free YouTube channel and don't make any money. Because that's what's really going to make an impact in people finding you and creating those videos. But if you want to truly transform the world and people, then you need to run a profitable business. Because not too long ago, it was actually, like tomorrow is actually the 2-year anniversary of this. October 18th at 2:13 in the morning, I sat in this very office contemplating how I was going to end my life. It was at the tail end of, we all know what happened that year. A lot of stuff was happening. And for me, I was kind of like, you know, everyone's just better off for what we've done and whatnot. And I was kind of just sitting there, like, just going through it all. 16+ hour work days, stressing over how to get clients, overweight, scared. I had no friends really. And like, I hardly saw my daughters and my wife, and my marriage really felt like we were just roommates. Then, you know, like I said, I got into this dark place and I was like, well, I'm just going to end my life. I have insurance and it'll at least take care of them. I could at least give them something as a goodbye gift, and they'll be better off. If you ever felt like that, just want to give up and just let it all go and start new, or even just completely give up in general, you know, you may be in that position, or you may have experienced that at one point. But I felt like a prompting, almost a whisper that really was like, hey, you're not done yet. And so I started to go on Facebook, and I was just kind of just trying to take my mind off of what I was just thinking. And I was scrolling, and boom, I see an ad that caught my attention. It like grabbed me. It said, "Escape from hell, no one is coming to save you." And as I kept reading, this business owner was courageous enough to really put themselves out there and tell their story and really just take me down this road of what their story was like, their own transformation, and what it almost felt as if they were literally telling my story of what I was feeling that year specifically in this. And at first I was kind of like, I clicked through, I watched the video, and they made an offer, and I was like, screw this person, they just want my money and all this stuff. But then I started getting retargeted. I started seeing video after other video after other video after other video of like different angles, and then testimonials of people like that have worked with them and the transformation they've been able to see. What I didn't realize was I was triggered because that person had what I needed at the time. And at first I was kind of like, what the hell? I know what's happening. And then I was really like, well, really started to think about all the things that started to go around. Testimonials, well, maybe what if my life could be like that? What if I could actually get a result and transform my life and not be stuck in this prison that I created that was 16+ hour days? So I had an idea, and I decided to go all in. I was like, well, let's check it out. And I bought into this program, and I'm still part of it today. And you can see now, like, we go on quarterly family vacations. I work 6, maybe 7 hours a day. I have a team. I can profitably invest in a team. I can invest in my family and things like this, right? Really what the purpose of business that we have created. I want to run a profitable business to actually change and transform the lives of our clients, the people that we get to impact, and they get to share their message. I get to like take my family and take them on amazing adventures throughout the world and throughout the US and North America and national parks and all this because of that. And that is my main mission for it. And the reason for that is because I'm now in a community that is like-minded, and people are also driving in that direction. All because that one person was brave enough to share their message and put themselves out there, put some money behind their mouth and what they truly stand for, and find people like me to follow me around, to trigger me in some way, to get me to actually inspire to take action. And that is why it's important to build your audience this way, and why I truly believe this is the most like effective way to build an audience and grow your business. So what we're going to be really covering here is starting with the end in mind, how to create the attractive content and the milestone content video framework that we use for us and our clients, and then how we actually go about testing that. So for example, like I said, I always say start with the end in mind. What is your offer, right? And there's really 3 pieces to that and how we break it up. And the first part of it, that service, is what is it that you do and how can you answer it in a way that says a desired result that your prospect is actually looking for on the other side of it. In our case, for example, it's like we set up, manage, and scale 20K plus launches with just 5 to 10 videos. That's it. That's how that's how I talk about what I do. People then naturally will ask me, well, how and what do you do? And specifically, what do you, it creates conversation, right? So we really focus on identifying that main piece first. And there's a reason for this statement to be found first. But then once we do that, then we transition into the next middle part there, which is the milestones, which are really listing out all of the obstacles that people have before ever working with you, some of the obstacles that people have while they work with you, and then some of the new obstacles or problems that you end up creating for your clients. And you maybe, if you're thinking like, hey, I don't create problems for my clients, think about it this way. In our case, for example, when we scale our clients to 3 million plus, they're now looking at a sales problem. They need a sales team behind them because of the influx of calls and the customers and clients. Then they'll have a fulfillment problem and a process problem. And those are the new things that I create for our clients, but I have solutions for them, right? And then of course, finally, the last piece of an offer is how have you packaged it? I like to always say, if you were to ask someone to marry you, you wouldn't sit in a parking lot at McDonald's, hand them a brown paper bag with a ring pop and say, hey, we want to get married. Like, the close rate on that is probably really slim to none. Whereas if you were instead to create an experience, plan out like an amazing adventure that you were going to go somewhere, like an amazing day, and then at the right time, at the right moment, right when the sun is setting just the right way, you get down on one knee and present them with a velvet case that shows them a ring and says, hey, you want to spend the rest of our lives together? The way you deliver that and package that particular offer is very important. And so you can do one or the other, it's up to you, but you obviously can tell one has a higher close rate than the other and a higher take rate as well. So we always start with this here because it's important to understand truly what that offer entails so that we can actually position it and take angles of how people are going to talk about it so that they actually are leaning in and starting to pay attention to what you have to say and how you help them and how you get them to where they want to go. So once we do that, we simply list out what are the obstacles and milestones that people have to go through prior to ever working with you. And we simply just create content videos around those obstacles, literally just listing them out. Let's say you have 5 main ones, and these are the 5 content videos, content pillars, for example. You may have heard that in the past of videos that we end up creating. And then we look at what are some of the things that happen while people work with you. For example, one of the things with us was like, well, people don't feel comfortable on video. They get too into the details of like, well, how do I record it? Do I record it landscape? Do I record it portrait? What do I do? So we created content and actual things for our clients to solve those problems, right? So 1, it helps you deliver a much better service. And 2, you can bring that now to the front end and people now pay attention because they're like, oh, you're solving a problem that I don't even have yet. And I know that I will get once I get to that. It implies that you have the answer. And so doing just these 2 lists give you a much greater repertoire of content that you can actually deliver out there that people want to pay attention to and want to learn from. And then this is actually our script here. If you want, take a screenshot if you can of writing this down, because this is exactly how we set up the content videos for every client, ourselves, and so forth. So we write the hook always last because it's more of a, how are we going to grab someone's attention to get them to pay attention and pay with their attention, right? So then we actually go into what's the result? Like, why do they actually want to watch this video? So for example, one of the things that we say, like, hey, in this video over the next 3 minutes, I'm going to share with you our actual script of how we write these videos. Like, that's one of my videos actually. So that, like, literally just me walking through the script. This is the script that we use to get people to book 10 to 15 calls a month with just this script and this video content. Now, if you want more, that's what we start to go in through the script itself. Now, the praise, remember earlier I mentioned understanding what that one statement was. This is what we want to do. And like, for example, if you want to hear mine, it's like, hey, if you haven't met yet, my name is Victor Arvento Jr. I run a marketing and sales agency, and we set up, manage, and scale 20K plus launches with just 5 videos. And I promise in every video, I'm going to share with you one tactic that we're using inside our agency with all of our clients that's working right now that you too can implement over the next 24 to 48 hours. Is that fair? And I do that. I do that in every video. But that's because I practice this. I've identified that one statement that gets people to understand, like, this is what I do framed in a way that gives them the result. And then what's the call to action? What do you want them to do? In our case, we usually want these videos to book calls. And so we simply go with like, hey, and if you want, by the way, if you want help with me actually mapping this stuff out for you on phase 1 and mapping 3 to 5 videos out for you, message me Profits and I'll personally reach out and we'll actually go ahead and schedule the time to go through that together and we'll map out 3 to 5 videos. Is that cool? Just like that. And then you just repeat and remind them why they're watching the video again, because you went through the praise and call to action, talked about yourself for a little bit, but then we just repeat like, hey, and in this video, I'm going to share with you the script. So let's jump into that script of what we use for our clients and ourselves to actually get people to pay attention, stay longer, and actually reach out to you to schedule more calls. And you just go into the actual content, bullet point 1, 2, 3, whatever it may be. At the end, you simply just end it again. Hey, before I forget, you can either poll the audience or you can use a common keyword like I was using, right? So, hey, if you ever create a video that hasn't felt like it landed or resonated with people, or not enough people are resonating, like message me this below and I'll reach out. I'll give you some pointers on what you can do. That's it. We have our clients having like 3 to 5 to 10 of these videos just running around, scheduling calls for them, like this, using maybe $5 to $10 a day on ad spend. And most people think that you have to spend thousands and thousands of dollars on ads just to get results. And oftentimes you really don't. It's more of what you're doing with the ads that gives you the result. So does that make sense? Is that resonating? Do you guys understand how, like, what we do? And you realize I talked about why ads are important, but I really haven't said what the tactics of like, hey, do this ad strategy and this ad strategy. It's really the strategy of, those are tactics versus strategy of what we're doing here. Yep. So here's how we actually test out this content. So let's say, for example, we've created 5 videos for you. What we start with is like, let's say video 1, we have that same content, that same script, that same framework that drives to a conversation, usually some kind of DM conversation, Instagram, Facebook. If you do it on LinkedIn, we can lead to those kind of DMs. And it allows you to start conversations with people because conversations lead to conversions, right? So let's say video 1, it resonates. People start to engage and people start to reach out to you and message you those keywords or commenting, and you start reaching out to them, you start getting conversations, qualifying people in the chat, and then you schedule a call with them, the people that actually want to move forward faster. So then video 2, let's say the same thing happens, but video 3, let's say we have to redo it. It didn't hit just right. You have a lot of people watching the video, but there's no engagement. So perhaps we look at like, oh, what percentage are they watching? Oh, they're only watching 15% of the video, 25% of the video. Okay, so let's adjust at that point of the video. We'll re-record it, we got it, and now people are watching the video the whole way through. And same thing, more calls. Video 4, same thing. Let's say video 5, it takes you 3 tries to get it. So we just kind of iterate that process and simply put it out in front of the right people at the right time so that you can actually schedule calls. And in the meantime, you're spending maybe $5 to $15 a day, but you have 5 videos that are scheduling calls and starting conversations with you, with your prospects. And it's as simple as that, right? You don't need much more than that. I'm sure you guys can tell with just this. Yeah, I like that sentence too. Conversations lead to conversions because they build relationships, right? So once we do that, here's actually the tactic of how we set this up. If you've ever used Facebook ads or any kind of ads manager, usually the main campaign objective is engagement. We're looking for a segment of people that are likely to engage. Most people, most agencies will actually tell you to try to go through a different segment. We're focused on conversions, the people that become leads, the people that buy, schedule calls, things like that. Great, but we want to first find out if that person is even right for you. Do you even want to work with that person? That's why I start with a conversation, because you get to qualify who you want to work with. I'm sure you don't want to just take anyone. You want to work with the best people that are actually going to do the work, that are actually going to show up, that are actually going to like get the result that they want because they're committed to it and not you holding their hand, dragging them across the finish line. We don't necessarily want to work with those people. They're not ready yet. So we look for engagement, and that's our main campaign objective generally. Then we look at several layers of how we target people. And the best way to do this, if you do an exercise, you can literally just list out who do people follow that are in your space? So for example, we work with coaches and service providers, coaches that are generally 10,000 to 25,000 a month plus, looking to scale to that $100,000 mark. And that's our private agency, right? So we have ads and things going like that. Who do they follow? So they follow people like Digital Marketer. They follow people like Bob Proctor, just because I know that the mind space that they're in. And they follow people like, like QuickBooks and like services and things like that. But where do they frequent? Like, where do they hang out, right? What are some of the things? They probably shop and use things like Instacart, right? Those are the clients that use those types of services because they probably hire nannies because they're busy and they need someone to help with managing the house. So care.com, things like that. So where do they frequent their time? And that's what they do. What do they fund? Well, then they're probably driving nicer cars. They're probably driving Teslas. They're probably driving Mercedes. They're probably driving like something of that nature. So we can target specifics on that regard and look more around holistically a lifestyle of what that person looks like. And that's the type of person that, one, will probably prepay fully in advance, and two, will not give you a money objections, but more focused on like, how do I get the result the fastest? And then you can focus on actually delivering the transformation rather than how am I going to get this person to pay, or, oh no, they didn't want to, they had to push back their payment or whatever it is, right? And I'm not saying those people are bad. It's just the reality is if you want to help people, like broke people can't help broke anyone, right? So you have to help yourself. And if you want to do that, you got to target the right people. So this is essentially, in a nutshell, how we do it. At the very bottom level, we simply just put like 3 to 5 videos in one campaign and we let them run against each other. And we let the algorithm do its thing. The AI is so advanced now that you can literally say like, I put these 3 videos in front of this audience that lead to calls and conversations that lead to conversions. And the 3 main KPIs that we're looking is what's the cost per comment? How many messages are we getting? What's the cost per messages? And then of course, what's the cost per call, right? So if you have like a $5,000 offer, you'd probably be willing to spend up to $150 per scheduled call if you can close 25%. So every 4 calls, let's say. So at the maximum, you're spending $600 to get a $5,000 client, right? But you're not doing it immediately. You're spending over the course of a month, you're spending $600 on ads to simply do that. And this is just phase 1. So you can see once we do that, you start creating cash flow, people start coming in, start enrolling clients, and then we take those best videos and then we create an actual funnel and a whole experience behind what it is that happens on the, and then we start targeting colder audiences, more broad audiences, and letting the algorithm do a lot of the heavier lifting. But now we know what works. You're not trying to build a funnel guessing at like, I think this is what people want. I think this is the download that people want. I think this is the event people want. No, we know exactly what they want because we have the content videos that we can quickly cycle through and test to see what people are resonating with your service and offer. So I do have a question. What did you guys find the most valuable? I'd love to host Q&A and things like that. It always helps me create better content. So that's my ask really for you guys. Thanks, I appreciate it. Christina, yeah. Yeah, I've always found myself to be the bridge between like the programmers. I come from the software world, so I've always been the bridge between client-facing and programmers. So I can nerd out about this stuff all day, but at the same time, I am also understanding that some people don't understand the lingo that goes behind the background. Yeah, yeah. So I'm curious to know, what did you guys find the most valuable? Is this something that you guys feel you can do? Can you create those videos using that same script to target your people? A bridge builder, awesome. Yeah, so just to recap, this is what we went through, like starting with the end in mind, why the offer is important, those 3 main steps to really identifying that offer, how to create that attractive content, testing milestone content, and then how we actually, the script framework that I showed you. Yeah. So I do have a question for everyone. Like I said, surprising thing was you suggested hook at the end. Yes, yes, the hook is very important, but it's at the end. So Latara here, you have your hand up. Go ahead and ask your question.
Sorry, if you're still working on your presentation, I can wait until afterwards. I just had a quick question because I was surprised at how many different videos you start with just in the testing phase. So I'm wondering, is there a way to you put a lot of time and energy into producing these things. So is there a way you can repurpose the videos after you've discovered which ones are working?
Oh, okay. I know what you mean. I've heard that from time to time from clients. So the fastest way we start is more with raw video. So we don't do really any major editing until we're looking at people watching a certain percentage. It's the hook that's going to get people to stop, the initial promise of what the video is going to entail, and then the actual content of the video that's going to keep people watching. We're looking at how far people are watching. So are they falling out around the content piece? And that's okay. That just means that we got a good hook, we got a good promise, and people are watching to a certain point of the content. Now we know that video is going to work, then we can actually go back in and start to edit it, put captions, put like the banners that you see people do, and like all those like Hormozi style videos, like the short ones and stuff like that. That's when we start to actually do it. I like to do micro steps. So the faster we can get those results, the better. And we get that data back faster. Does that make sense? Yeah. Cool. Any other questions? I know Kitty, hey, Kitty does a lot of videos, so I know she does a lot with it, and she probably puts out a lot of it. I think most of the time, some people have this hesitation of like, well, it takes me forever to make a video. I promise the first one, the second one, maybe even the third one are gonna suck. And I say that because something I tell my daughter all the time as a gymnastics, like as she does gymnastics, is it ridiculous to think that something that you've never really done, you might not be good at? You know, like if we think about it that way, we put this so much, as adults and as business owners, we put so much perfectionism on what we have to create and put out. Oftentimes that's not the case, right? Rather than get it out, we've all heard it, right? Better done than perfect. But if you get it out, you at least got the first one out, and you can start to test from there. And then we can make it better and make it better and make it better from there as we practice more and more.
Kitty has a question.
Yeah, Kitty, what's up?
I want to make a comment and acknowledge you. You're doing an awesome job. I've never been able to watch you speak. I just keep missing you. So you're doing an ace job. And I wanted to speak into what you just said about better done than perfect and all this kind of stuff. Yes, I have done around 650 Facebook Lives, and you know what? I messed one up last week. I wasn't there. I wasn't in the zone. And I mean, it wasn't horrible. Still got through it. And they're only 14 minutes, but still, you can't be rough on yourself. You're absolutely right. You just have to do it and keep doing it. And even if you make something goes wrong, that's life. It's okay. But the important thing, as you say, is just keep doing it. Get out there. Right? Yeah.
And I even challenge everyone to say, like, if they're like, hey, I don't know if I want to, think about it this way. Had that business owner that initially showed and launched that ad that caught my attention, that enrolled me into that program, that completely transformed my life, had they not practiced, had they not been willing to put themselves out there, like, it's almost selfish not to do that, because people like me are looking for that. And had I wouldn't be here today. Like, I would have ended my life had that business owner not run that ad to find me at 2:13 in the morning. Not organic, like, oh, I'm going to post it at 2. He's not going to be up at 2:13 posting something like, hopefully the algorithm finds me. No, like, he paid to put it in front of people like me. And he was willing to put himself out there. And even if he sucked at first, however long he's been doing it, find people like that to give them and serve them in a way that allows them to make the transformation that they want to see in themselves. So whether that be you're a coach that helps through mindset, through whatever it may be, or you provide a service like I do, then it does not matter. But you being able to provide that to people is simply, it's your obligation, right? As a business owner, we're obligated to actually be there. If we're not, why do we even have a business? And some people might not like that, and that's okay. But I hope that at least helps people moving forward. So I'd love to show you guys, if you wouldn't mind really quick, what I have for you. I know it was like I have like, that was just phase 1 of our launch map. So I'll share with you really quick, if you don't mind, what the rest of it looks like. But I'll give you just a quick breakdown of what happened for us. We're just using this strategy, right? So we invested like 4,000 in phase 1. And we didn't actually use ads. We tested this to see if it would work outside of ads. So we tested this to be a sponsor for a group of people, a curated group of people. There were 74 people that registered for this event for us, because phase 3 is focused on conversion events. And then 24 of those people attended live. And from that, because of how we did it, using this strategy to run ads to retarget people, not to bring people in initially, generated 20,000 in revenue in the first 30 days. 11,000 of that was profit. So that was me after paying the 4,000, paying my team and all that stuff. So that's how much take home it was. And then we just continued to do that strategy as well. And we make it almost evergreen every time we launch. You can see like it allows us to do things like this. I took my girls to Disneyland. My oldest can go horseback riding. We went to this, like the Switzerland of the US, which is called Ouray, Colorado, which is a 5-hour drive for me. But then we go to travel national parks. But yeah, I mean, like if you guys do this, I promise you will get the results that you're looking for. This is just an example of one of our clients, Kelly. You know, in the first, we combined, she's a little bit more advanced, so she had a list already and an audience. So we leveraged those to combine phase 1 and phase 2 to build a list at the same time. But just from the ads, those video content ads, over the first 45 days, enrolled 6 people into a $2,000 program for $12,000. And then from there, you can see additionally like 111 leads, 1,200, I think it's like 1,700 total leads into her list that now we're getting able to be nurtured, to be invited into her actual workshops and other events and things like that. And over the course of those 45 days, she spent $2,400 on ads, but obviously it much more than paid for itself because she was making sales already, bringing in cash flow prior to having to front the ad money. So here's another, like if you guys have ever heard of Suzanne Evans, like she comes to us every now and then to run things like this for her. But yeah, like she had her 5-day event challenge. If you've ever been part of her group, this is actually why she started that group in the first place, was with this challenge. Invested 5,000 into ads. You know, 99 of those became 99 of the 331 people became clients at a $500 program. You know, I think she got 30-something thousand was the profit take home after she paid team and us and ads and stuff like that. So just a quick breakdown of what it is. I wanted to be just as transparent as possible. You can see that that's what she sent us there. But yeah, I'd love for you guys to actually get the full 4 phases. If you guys actually open up Instagram and you search Ventobot, you can message me. If you search Ventobot, you can message the word launch, and I'll actually send you the rest of the 4 phases. It's a PDF download breaking down. You can see I broke down phase 1 here, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4 of how we go about it with the building the list, how we go host the conversion events, and what we do for the enrollment period on the phase 4. If you guys want that, there's no opt-in or anything like that. You don't have to give me your email unless you want to. There will be a question later. It'll be like, hey, do you want me to send you an email as well? I need your email for that. But you can just go download it. It'll be in Messenger, in Instagram DM, and you can go from there. Or you can just opt in the old-fashioned way. You go to ventobot.com/20K launch map. You should be able to opt in, like pop up first name, email address, and do that. Or you can just search a Ventobot, message the word launch, and it'll send it to you directly so that you can just make sure you push the button that says, yes, I want to get it, and then I will send it over directly. No opt-in or anything required. Yep.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Victor.
Yeah.
And does anybody have any last questions before we go into breakout? Well, not break, go into break. No.
Nope. Okay, cool.
All right, so we will be back at 3:15 PST time, which is 6:15 EST time. So I will play on some music. Stop share. I'll unpin you.